Good day, everyone.
Young blood made of gold, a mind you can't control. Running wild, can't come down. My head is in the clouds. Gotta keep this feeling, keep on breathing, even if we're slipping away. So I close my eyes and lose myself now. Do it like it's only today. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. For a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. For a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this.
Please hit that thumbs up button as you're coming in.
I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeding your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause I'd start over now. Rewind, and I won't let you go. I need you by my side. I'm gone, so don't run from the truth. You're lost, now I know you played me just like a fluke. I still can't believe you had me on a leash, cutting all my teeth with all the lies you bring. Let's start over now. Rewind, and I won't let you go. I need you by my Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. 'Cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And then we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me.
Well, hello, lovelies. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for joining me. Today is May 28th, 2024, 5:25 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Thank you all so much for joining me. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Got a lot to talk about. Whoop, I got the thing on again. Do another applause. Why not? We are going to be talking about Sebastian Rogers, continuing our deep dive into all things Proudfoot. We are, I believe, the next live that we were supposed to be on. We've done. Let's see here. Let's see what we've done. We did Duchess. That was the first interview, and then the second interview was the ones with Chris and Katie from the news. And then we did Chronicles of Olivia. And then we did Duchess again, 317. And then I believe the next one is Smiley's, if I'm correct. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate you. Hey, Olivia. Hello, hello, hello. So I believe it is Smiley's World, if I'm correct. That one is 3:20. Does anyone know if there was anything between Smiley's and Duchess? I don't think so. What do y'all think? I think that was the last one, if I'm correct. I'm pretty sure that was the last one. Smiley's is the first you saw. You look forward to this one? Yeah, this one's going to be interesting to say the least. Because when this one took place, it was I invited Josh, Trevor, and Smiley up on my panel, and we were live. And Chris was watching, and he got a little upset. And then we invited Chris up on the channel, and he declined. However, he got in touch with Smiley, and he said, "Go live." And Smiley did. He didn't want to talk to Josh, myself, and Trevor. So that was that. Then he promised he would do an interview with me after Smiley's the next day, and he backed out of that one as well. So there is that. Before we get started, I do want to talk about the facts about this case. And the facts are that Chris and Katie have not been named suspects in the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. They are, well, I don't know if they've not been named suspects, but they've said there's no way to go either way. They don't have evidence either way on this. So there is that. And everything else that we will be talking about is opinions, hypotheses, and theories. All parties are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We are not saying that they are guilty of anything. I don't think anybody should be saying they're guilty of anything. Now, my opinion is that the Proudfoots no more. That is my opinion. But we can't say that they are guilty because nobody knows exactly what happened to Sebastian. Persons of interest, perhaps, yeah. But I mean, I don't know if that would pertain to Chris necessarily because he was supposed to be gone, but my opinion differs. I mean, I personally think Chris was there, in my opinion. Do I have anything to base that off of? No, I don't. It's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. Or, in my opinion, he was there at some point. So there is that. All right, so we're going to get started on this. And what we are looking for is facts that they have said about the case. We're not looking to what Smiley says at all. We are only looking about what Chris and Katie says. And what I'm doing, we are going to each and every one of these interviews, and we're taking this, I'm putting it in a program. Then after all of this is said and done, I'll be making a video about it and a type of spreadsheet about it. That way, everyone knows what is said in every interview and where they differ as well. And Olivia, that's one of the very puzzling things about this case is the person who was there last with Sebastian is the one who was actually not speaking out. And you really wonder, why is a mother not speaking out? Um, so who knows? Who knows? It's a very rare thing that a mother doesn't speak out. I haven't seen Smiley issue. Okay. Yep. I looked just she was like live for a few minutes about 30 minutes ago. Jacqueline. So, all right. Y'all ready? Let's do it.
I appreciate that. Um, how are you feeling today?
Pretty terrible, to be honest with you. 24 days in, and there's a bunch of horrible things being said and a bunch of
They were very triggered. They were very triggered in this
misinformation
interview.
being spread, and my son is still missing. And so it's horrible. There's not a better word for it, to be
Yes.
honest with you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad you come up here, and I asked my chat to please be respectful, and I will let you say what you feel. And, again, I wasn't expecting this, but you're more than welcome to say what you feel. And if it's okay, I would like
Exactly,
to ask some
Tuesday.
questions, but
Yes.
I would like to talk about Sebastian, and, um, maybe we could just.
Listen, Lori, I know what you mean. I am praying to the good Lord above in heaven that this does not go on for 3 years plus the way Summers has went on.
Start
Praying.
there.
God, I pray.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think Chris is still trying to join as well.
Okay. I didn't know if he was. Yeah, I didn't know.
A lot of people are accusatory when we speak. Oh, it's a lie. Oh, it's not us. And
Yeah.
the
Well,
truth is no matter what any of y'all think, I didn't do anything to my son. My husband didn't do anything to my son. We love him dearly, and we are doing everything that we can to try and find him and bring him home. And his father loves him dearly as well.
mhm. Well, there.
You know, Chris and Katie, they have, as far as blaming Seth, they've never blamed Seth. Seth, in my opinion, probably thinks differently about the Proudfoots, especially because you hear this from Katie, but you don't see her actually speaking to Seth, or so actions always speak louder than words, right? Why is she not speaking to Seth? Why would you not speak to the father of your child, the one you created your child with? It's so important.
There's a lot of questions that people have and a lot of what ifs. And, I know sometimes it's tough. I mean, I've seen a lot of cases like this, and I know
Yeah.
I, you know, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Yep.
Let me say that. I would not want to be in your shoes.
I wouldn't want anybody to have to be in my shoes, to be honest with you. It's nothing any parent should ever have to go through.
Right, right. Um, I've I've seen in my own family, I've actually had a runaway and I ended up murder, and I know it's not the same, it's not my child. Although I have lost a child, and this is not about me, it's about Sebastian. But I will tell you, nobody should have to sit in your shoes. There's not words that I can say, but also I do have an autistic son, and I know many do.
It's craziness.
I'm gonna drop the link again. I'm dropping it again. I think she's having.
I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have
Here comes
never in
Chris.
my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
This interview
Yes, ma'am.
was March 20th.
I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them.
March
Hey,
20th,
Chris.
2024.
Hey,
Hey,
Yeah, you you surprised me
there's Chris. Hey,
calling me.
how you
You
doing?
surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on, and you know, hopefully, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating, and I know it's irritating, me included. I have opinions, and they're
Let's get on with it.
Sebastian good, but go ahead and I'll let you start or whatever you want to do.
There's Tom too. Do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is what
Okay.
I'll back in.
Where does it start?
So,
And
Katie,
that'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order against from his daughter. He speaks to her.
Okay, so Katie states Chris does not have a restraining order against daughter. Or I guess he meant did she say
No, he does not have a restraining order against from his daughter. He speaks to her.
From his daughter.
Just to go ahead and clear that one out, because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
yeah. So, I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our little
Speaks with
girl is
her.
precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
Yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it, like, do y'all,
But he did.
Do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he? I mean, and
What
I'm
did he
not.
say there?
I mean, is there? He hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February.
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
Okay, there we go. All right, now this is interesting right here. She claims right here that Chris has not seen Sebastian since the beginning of February. Chris has not seen Sebastian since the beginning of February. Now, it's interesting now because now what he says is he can't tell us the days he was at the house or not in February. That's a Route 44. Yep. Yep. So there we go. Remember, Chris says he can't tell anybody because law enforcement stated him not to, which is a crock of baloney. That is absolutely a crock of baloney whenever Chris says that. Why couldn't you tell us whether you were home before Sebastian went missing? That makes zero sense. It has nothing to do with him going missing. The reason, in my opinion, is because of CPS. Remember, Chris said Sebastian thought he was going to get me kicked out of my house. But now in this, she says that's true because he hasn't been home since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm not, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he
That was the last time he was home. Christopher was home. And that's Katie saying that. There you go,
did see
Chris.
Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, you know, it's just part of it when you work away, you know, you see each other when
Yeah,
you can, but he doesn't. It's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like that's not a trip that you can make, you know, to and from every day by any means.
oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend
Okay.
because
Oh,
he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he
I don't know what you mean, Sky watching. How can I get the video of Sebastian that he made a month before he went missing? Did he get online? We have no idea if that's Sebastian. We have no idea if that's an original video or not. It's a channel called Sebastian Rogers,
does. He
but
comes home
we
and
have no
sees him
idea.
because
yeah.
they have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Um,
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think it
oh,
got
okay.
buried in chat.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
They talk regularly,
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
bond with both dads.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because also I just need to make this. Oh, watch it over here. Okay.
Demon alert, demon alert.
Watch it over there. Okay. So where do you want to start at, Chris? I was just asking little simple questions or, whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian and, stuff like that. But
Yeah, from February to February 25th. You're telling us, Chris, you was not home even one weekend? Even one weekend. It's 3.5 hours, not 33.5 hours. If you wasn't there at least on the weekend, and guess what? Sebastian, in my opinion, went missing on a weekend, Sunday evening. Probably, in my opinion, right before, perhaps, allegedly, Chrissy Poo got ready to go back home.
basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that okay, so are you working now or are you just taking off or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your
No,
people?
I'm asking you that. I just wondered.
Okay.
Like if you I was just wondering like if you are you in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
No,
preoccupied.
don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
I
No,
mean, that way you can get all these questions coming in because, like I said,
He wants you to ask the hard questions, but when you do ask him a hard question, he'll use the crutch and say, well, law enforcement said I can't say it, even though law enforcement would never say that to begin with.
I told you, I gave you my word. I'd come
They're
on your
not your
show. I would
attorney.
answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I
Garrett,
told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash. I'm direct. I gave you my
You're-
word. I'd come on your show. I would
Thank you.
answer questions. People ask the questions,
It's probably kicking a dog right now or
but
something.
keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful, and I ask for the same in everybody else.
Yeah, and I told them a while ago, just please be respectful, because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all, because
So one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men.
I
Not
said
that I
that
don't want to
too.
talk.
I
Right.
said
It's
that
not
too.
that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked
No, you don't want to talk to men YouTubers. Sorry.
to more law enforcement men agencies in the past
You have to talk to law enforcement, you moron.
24 days, and I've probably ever talked to my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns,
Bullshit.
innuendos, whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would, because he does go out everywhere, and he wants the truth. I mean, and he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever, that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, you know, I mean, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion.
Right. Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
Well, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay. This is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's, my personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did
Clear,
I
come on.
did my due diligence, and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich. Excuse me. I've read up on him. Not necessarily the best character in the world. When you start reading and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual.
He paid his debt to society and he's doing good now. What more do you want? That's what you're when you pay your debt to society, what more do you want? Yeah, I mean, you can pay your debt to society and then go be a criminal again or do whatever, but that's not what JLR done. He has done really good for himself. So what does Chris want? What does Chris want?
Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes,
Yeah.
lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless
Well, I mean, Nina
you got proof,
alleged
don't
a lot
open
of
your
that.
mouth,
I personally believe
because it's
her.
real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own
They don't like your
assumptions.
attitude.
And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence and every little detail that we know. I am terribly sorry. It sucks, because when it does and it can come out, my only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand and don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Why don't you apologize to Sebastian for whipping
I can
child
understand that. But let me ask you
who's
this.
got a mental
If
disability.
um if somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
That's right.
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the
mhm.
toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified
Yourself.
everybody else that puts in a lead or says, "Well, check out the state."
I mean, you honestly got to. You honestly have to ask, and to me, and it's a valid question. Somebody who has been married 5 or 6 times about their character. I mean, there's honestly there has to be. You can't get unlucky, right? 6 times, 5 times, 6 times. I don't know. You can't get that. So, there's a real character flaw, in my opinion, in this man.
Stepfather.
I mean, we're all flawed. Don't get me wrong. We all have our quirks and are flawed. But, when you're a serial matrimonist,
Do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all 3 parents have been completely vetted. All 3 parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it, I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that we, me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over. However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
that's like gaslighting 101.
I mean,
Yeah,
and it sucks.
yeah, you have to find him,
And I hate the
and
term
that's the most
gaslighting.
important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless. Period.
I want
Right.
to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I
So
don't
full
hear
of
any.
shit.
Yeah,
He was
y'all.
clearly
Some people have heard their clapping, and that's fine.
so
I
full of
guess I'm currently working.
it sounded like he had like a Coke bottle, and he was hitting it against his leg or a piece of plastic or something like that, or he was clapping on, but he was doing something. He can't even tell the truth about that.
Yeah, y'all
Now,
don't.
where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business. And I would hope you would respect that because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't. I don't feel
Right,
anything
true.
like that. But as far as JLR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, it has
Ask
nothing
him.
to do with you, but I'm just saying,
Nobody even asked.
as far as all that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about. And there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens to look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And we can sit and say this happened, this happened, and this one don't know, and whatever. But I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been through, and a lot I have told them. But I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like. And whether you're in here,
No,
That's a good question. I thought he didn't go back to work at this point. I don't know.
it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to
Donna.
start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning, I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is, because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement, do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People
No.
don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But
He didn't want to take my questions, Mohawk. I don't do open-ended questions.
I do welcome the hard questions. I do,
well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or billboards to help find our son. I'll
And he said his mom makes the flyers and the stuff.
do it. But if it's for personal gain, it
Profit.
ain't happening.
yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers.
Smiley, she does pay for a bunch of flyers. I paid for a bunch of flyers. We've all done a lot of it and not asked people.
And I suggested with because Seth wanted, I heard him on another show. But anyway, I suggested
it's a double
same
standard.
thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about.
Yep. When I was in Tennessee within the past month, I handed out over 1,000 flyers. 1,000 flyers, paid for them,
boots on the ground,
drove them
going
there,
out, handing out the flyers.
out.
I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever. 5 minutes later, they see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me. They to remember something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for, 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing, I'm just like, no.
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of YouTubers aren't even talking about Sebastian anymore. They say they've been threatened and ran off, and
they're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right. I'm going broke.
That hurts not talking about it, because the pressure, believe it or not, pressure does help things get done. It really does.
Just keep the word out or whatever.
I absolutely support and respect law enforcement, but also the pressure is good, for law enforcement. It gets stuff done. I have not, CC, no.
whatever. Like somebody just gave me $10. I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever just on Sebastian. That's where I know you just said that. So
Right, but that you're not monetizing on it.
Irish woman, sorry, Irish man wife. He is from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Hendersonville,
You're
Tennessee.
utilizing it
Right.
to do something to put it forward. If
right,
those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand, I'm not about pocket. I'm not lying in your pockets.
right. No, and I
You know,
understand
and
that. I get that.
I'm going to be very respectful because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it. But I
Oh,
tell
say
everybody,
it. Feel free.
well, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing,
well, hey,
and but understand something, and I'm respectful about it because I'm being positive here. But if you don't
Sounds
feed
so
me,
respectful.
finance me, or sleep with me, you know, I don't
Can you imagine?
owe anything to anybody at that point.
Feed
well,
me, finance me, or
I think we
me?
kind of think a lot there, you know, and
See?
I don't, yeah, I agree. I agree there, you know, and that brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people
Yeah.
think. But JLR, back to him again. And I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here and I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you and I want
No,
to,
that's fun. And
not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in
I
consideration.
don't know. I mean, I don't know how he got Nina. I don't know how he got Nina. I think they were living together as roommates at one point. I think that's how.
Him going to all
Nina's
these places,
beautiful.
not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You got to remember that that's not free. So I'm just saying.
right, but if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case.
Mhm.
I understand that's there is a situation of my son, not everybody else's. You know, and I know he's doing
I mean, Chris is saying, you know, people should not, I guess, make money. Um, I mean, this is the thing. We spend hours of our life, you know, putting these names out here and stuff. And trust me, we would all like to do it for free, you know, but I mean, we work hours on this. We have to make money. We have to make money. I mean, do you think television is going to put anyone's name out if they're not making money? Would television do that? You think the local news would put their name out if they weren't making money? No, they're not. That's just the way it is. Just as with searches, they can only do it for so long because it cost a a buku of money to search. That is just the way the world works. It is what it is.
his thing, and I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that he abs. When I've asked the guy, I said, "Do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?"
Right.
And he doesn't. So then,
He's more worried. This sounds like it's more worry about me, what you're saying about me rather than I'll deal with that later. I'll deal with that later. Thank you for just putting my son's name out right now. I could care less about anything else. I just want to put Sebastian's name out there. The only thing, the bottom line is we just want to find Sebastian. And that's all any person of a missing child should want. Finding your child. That's it. Period. That's it. Nothing more. I don't care. Let's just find my child. That's it. Do whatever you need to do. Just find my kid. They're not worried about, oh, well, this person thinks this and this person thinks that. Bullshit.
keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But like, I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking because he'll hear this. So are you, so, and you don't want him to monetize on that, he's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah. If he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, put it on the billboards.
Yes, Vivian, lots.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. I'm asking. He wants to be on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show to finding him.
Well, this is the thing. If people like you guys were members, and the people who didn't donate, and our ad revenue, which is very little, but still it helps. If that didn't come along, then you know who the news would send the bill to? Chris, Katie, and Seth. That's who they would send the bill to. That's who they would send the bill to. So there you go.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I get that. I
No,
get
it's
that.
not.
Now, can I say one other thing? Because
Yes, ma'am.
before we kind of get started, and the only
Yes,
reason,
ma'am.
Chris is worried about how much JLR is making, not about talking about his son here. That's it. And about defending himself. Hasn't said one iota about his stepson.
the only reason is because fair's fair. And I
Yes.
want to say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay. But I want to say this. Like my heart really hurts for.
And why should he care? Why should he care who JLR members donate? That's y'all's pocketbook. Y'all spend how you want to spend. Right? He's literally telling you guys that you can't support people like me, people like JLR, people who are busting our ass. He's telling you that because you guys are the ones who actually, without subscribers and members and donors, we have nothing. We work on tips just like everybody else.
For Seth, it really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen. No matter what happened, and don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled off, if it was, no matter what it was,
right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody, but
Thank you, Hey Jude, for gifting 1 membership, my dear. Appreciate you. Take that, Chris. Hey Jude just is the one is help putting your Sebastian's name out there. The people, we the people are the ones putting your stepchild's face out there. We are. You asked for the public's help. And trust me, it has been a shit show. Yes, it has. But it's been effective as far as putting his name out there. It has. There are people who are praying to get 1/10 of the limelight for their missing child, father, mother that Sebastian has gotten, praying just to tick Chris Proudfoot off. Cue the screaming chicken. Christopher!
Oh, Chris! Oh, Chris! Christopher!
Christopher. There you go, Christopher. Just made
This is
$2.
just it's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel
Thank you,
for
my
all
dear.
of you,
Thank
but
you.
I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is I do feel for his mom, and I'm going to say this when she said, I read, she said, "Can y'all stop or
Yeah.
ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son because it's not, and it kills Seth even though he don't say anything." I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm a stepdad
Mm-hmm.
to a 15-year-old young man. Okay. I
Mm-hmm.
came in Sebastian's life roughly, he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him, and I still help raise him.
You should get some chicken.
And I have a daughter,
You should.
since everybody
Fresh
wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her
Mm-hmm.
mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business personally. Okay.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, they were not married, but my daughter refers to him as daddy. Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris.
Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris. YouTuber, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support for bringing us Christopher or Chris. I saw that chicken, guys, and I freaking lost my mind. Snacks fun for Justin. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Oh my God. Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris. I just can't imagine. That is, yes, I believe that, illusionist. I do. I absolutely believe that. There's no wholesomeness to Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris, can I get a drink of Wawa? Or, Dad, can I get a drink of water? Or, Chris, can I get a drink of water? Mr. Chris, can I get a drink of water? Doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right. Mr. Chris, huh? How 8 up is CP? Exactly. Exactly. God, guys, I pray. If you pray, send good vibes. This needs to be done. This is too much.
I will
I have
say
always
this.
left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to,
Yes.
except for
I think Chris would have been a good dictator in a Middle Eastern country. Because he's a dick and looks like a tater.
late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his
All
mother has her opinions, and that's that.
and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care if what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse. Just because, and it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian because
Well, then good, Katie. Good. Good. Go go talk to Seth. How about do that? Why don't you go talk to Seth? You know, the one you made Sebastian with, why don't you talk to him? I agree. I believe you should all be working together in tandem for Sebastian. Absolutely. But saying it is not doing it. What are you doing to help find Sebastian? What are you doing? Searching? Are you searching? Nope. Are you doing interviews on your own? Are you even at your home waiting for Sebastian to knock on the door? What are you doing? That's what I thought.
Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask.
You're sitting 3.5 hours away in a trailer with wheels on it. And why?
Ask you the night Sunday night, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
Listen.
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was
Okay. Here we go. This is a question. Katie, I'm not sure what kind of sound, in parentheses, he sounded like he was just messing around in his room.
not uncommon.
Which was not uncommon. Now, that's different than a thud. A thud is, oh, someone fell, something's wrong, right? If there is a thud for a spud. Yes, Casey. Yes. Yes, a thud for a spud. If there is a thud, it is, oh my God, someone fell. Oh my God, someone dropped something, right? Something fell on them. Something happened. But just messing around, I can be walking around in my room and someone in another room, they're going to hear me walking around the house, right? They're going to hear me opening doors, closing doors, opening cabinets, shutting cabinets. That's not a thud. Just sounding. Smiley asked, what was it? I don't know. It just, round in his room because it wasn't uncommon. A thud is like perhaps a body hitting the floor. That's it. That's it. The word thud is usually indicative of something heavy. Let's do this. Okay. A thud. Oxford Dictionary. A dull, heavy sound such as that made by an object falling to the ground. Verb. Move, fall, or strike something with a dull, heavy sound. Synonyms: bang, bash, bump, collide, crash, hit, impact, knock, ram, slam, smash, strike, swipe. Now, Katie just said it was
which
this.
it sounded.
You think that was that you heard?
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was
Messing with something. Messing. Sorry, I'm looking at something. Messing with something in his room. Messing with something around in his room. That's different. Adapt and change. Yes, yes, yes. Mods, how many thumbs up do we have? Please hit the thumbs up button,
not
y'all.
uncommon, which is why I said, "Hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep."
Okay. So you didn't check.
Okay, there we go. Katie, which is why I said
Check on him.
In there, but you're supposed to go to common, which is why I said, "Hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep."
Hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep. Now, I don't know about you, but my kids are, they're getting older now, but when they were younger, well, any age really. I mean, but when they go to, if you hear something, you tell your kids to go to bed at 9 o'clock, right? And you still hear something in there at 10 o'clock. What do? Knock on the door. Hello, you're supposed to be asleep in the bed. Got to get up early. Right? You stick your neck in there. Right? That's what we parents do. Open the door, stick our neck in. Go to bed. Right? Katie's like laying down, studying, right? Sleeping, all at the same time. I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep. No, it's not how it works. It's not a natural thing. As human beings, we're a lot more similar than we are different, especially in the same culture. And as a general rule for parents, it doesn't matter what culture, you hear a thud anywhere in your house. The human instinct is when you hear a sound this direction, you look this way. You hear a sound this way, you look that way. Front of you, behind you. You look the way the sound comes from, and then you go toward the sound or you run from the sound. Fight or flight. It is a natural instinct. You go check every time. Not 50% of the time, every time. You go check on your child every time if you think there is or could be danger. Justin, have you seen the video of the Roadhouse? No, I don't think anybody's seen that. I think only Seth, Katie, and Chris have seen that.
So you didn't check on him at that time, but did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know, when he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's
Hold
15
on.
and little. No,
But did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight?
Did you look to see if he was in bed at midnight? Did you flip the light on? Listen to Katie's reactions.
When you got up to go to bed?
no, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know,
No, she didn't have any reason to. She didn't have any reason to check on Sebastian at midnight, right before bed. Put a 1 in the chat if you did or do go check on your child at night. Put a 1 in the chat. Because I don't know about you, but it doesn't matter their age. You check on your kids multiple times a night. I peek my head in there to make sure they're okay. And I more than once a night. Absolutely. Yes. Of course. Yep. Yep. Check. So, Katie. No, I didn't have any reason to check on him in parentheses. All right.
when he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15 and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
She is disgusting. Katie, y'all can imagine not wanting to pop in a 15-year-old teenage boy's room unexpectedly. Now, this is what you do, Katie. This is what you do. Here's a tip. And I'm surprised Chris hasn't given you, his formal college master class yet. But what you do is, a little tip. It kind of sounds like that thud you heard, but it's called a knock. That's what it is, Katie. Called a knock. This is what I do. Are you decent? Yes, no? All right. That's what you do. Maurice, thank you, lovies. Appreciate you, darling. Darling Maurice says, Mr. Chris, don't you dare think you have the right to tell us what we can do with our money. You are not paying Justin for his hard work to look for Sebastian, are you? Do you get that crystal clear? Thank you and love you, Justin. Thank you, Maurice. I think that needs another applause. Thank you, dear Maurice. I appreciate you. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much, my dear. It's just amazing that he thinks this way.
Let's see. Well, when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the LE was there, and he said that the LE was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or where you looked under things, or was it like what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things,
Maurice, I may make that into a YouTube short and tag Chris.
looking through things like everybody was searching
Read it.
everything.
I'll read it.
So I have a question then real quick. So
Yeah.
you're asking that question is
Looking through things,
Here you
a
go.
little bit messy.
Where you looked under things, or was it like what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy.
Sebastian's room was always a little bit messy. Now, one thing I will say positive about Katie is she is an immaculate housekeeper. That she is. From what I have heard, that people who have been in her house and the way it looks, anyways, in general, she is an immaculate housekeeper. Now, kids' rooms get messy. Kids' rooms get messy. Thank you, Maurice. And that's just kids. That's their space, though, right? It's their space, and you tell them to pick up their stuff, and you do what you do. But Chris is getting ready to school us parents, and also he thinks he's a genius. So he's going to give us advice that we should throw our kids' shit out if they don't clean their room. Never in a million years, Chris, because that is their space. Every human being needs space. Every human being on the planet deserves their own space and their own privacy. A child, an adult, an elderly person, whoever.
But even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things,
I don't understand how it got messier, because it's not like you're looking through drawers to find Sebastian, right? You're not going to lift up the dresser to see if he's under the dresser. And one of the questions ICU has asked, she sent super chats and everything to other creators, trying to get them to ask this, and still can't get the answer. Was Sebastian's bed made that morning?
looking through things like everybody was searching
Take care, Linda.
everything.
so I have a question then real quick. So
Yeah.
you're asking that question, is that because there's somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No.
Are you paranoid, Chris?
I
It's
mean,
just
and please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean
Absolutely, that's what that question was.
really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
okay. Well, I'll explain it to you. It's
Okay.
because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but they like stuff in order. And so I was just wondering, like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to get paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, some kids, maybe they do, if they're autistic, I don't know. I just asked that question. When I ask questions, I just listen. Let me just tell you this: when I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look. I'm not the police, okay? And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just I also worked for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to retain people and think outside the box. And that's what I do. It's a habit. So
Nobody's been cleared
there's
for
Right.
that.
that.
Nobody.
So me asking that question back is
Mhm.
because you've got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that construed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations, and because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment. Well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me, we have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from the truth, and it is ridiculous.
That's
That's
right.
why I asked that question.
That's right. Chris said he welcomes the hard questions, but wants an explanation for every question to, uh, I think you mean change the interview and try to wear out the interviewer. He barely answers questions. That or he will use the tactic of, well, law enforcement says we can't put that out. No, they didn't.
Yeah.
In my
Well, you
opinion.
can ask
No,
me
they didn't.
anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think because I have been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you. I didn't.
What did I say? Do you remember what it was, please?
It was something about I was pretty hurt about that myself, and I didn't like that because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, but they did that because they was butthurt at me anyway, but that's okay.
Oh, no, he actually slaps his leg in this one, Judy, as
It's
well.
okay. It's not about me fighting with anybody else. It's about Sebastian here. And I just didn't I just felt some kind of type of way because it's the way you answered it and you already had it in your private messages.
Ginger, not that I recall. Not that I recall, but if he did, let me know.
None of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know. Tell me, Chris. Can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake, or y'all got or decided together, or tell me about?
Now, it's very interesting on this what he's about to say, because the snake people that he gave or sold the snakes to came out and said that what he is alleging is untrue.
About the snake.
I understand. So right. So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So long time ago, I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff.
You are a reptile.
You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things. Mm-hmm. In California, we actually had a snake. They had a bearded dragon. It died. Mm-hmm.
Looked like a bearded drag queen.
But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Right. But we had a Samontine boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
he loved that thing.
He's never had one that was his snake, his own snake. Mm-hmm. Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So
I believe that.
I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in that world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat and
thank you, son.
And I wind up coming across. Basically, I had about 30 snakes at one given time. Mm-hmm. All of them were ball pythons.
Mhm.
I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture that the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm.
Which is the happiest photo that we have of Sebastian, is with that snake. And Chris takes that away too. He's like, well, he wasn't taking care of them. You're the one that brought the damn snakes in the house. They're yours. And a snake is not that high maintenance of an animal. They're really not.
That
Yeah.
is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to a point with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
If you
actually
don't,
did.
He what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
yeah. And
Yeah.
and parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now, we're not going to just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
So did his dad not want him, or you couldn't take him to his dad's or anything?
Yeah, got rid of the snake. How often do you feed a snake? Every 2 weeks? Something like that? It's not like they poop every 5 seconds or anything.
Anything, so
They're
he could
not a
see 'em
high
when they're
maintenance
there? I just
animal.
wondered.
No, his
Well,
dad couldn't
Shame on
take
you,
him.
Katie, for endorsing it.
Well, his dad wasn't going to take 30 snakes because either 30 snakes.
Yeah, he could have took one. It's just an excuse, Chris. That's all it is. Just be honest. It's just an excuse.
You're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, and
It's
you've
not
got to
about
deal with the
that.
food, which is going to be rats.
You're a rat. Thank you so much, Muscles, my dear. Snakes are not poisonous. They are venomous. Just saying from a snake breeder owner. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good point. Fair point. They're not that high maintenance. They're really not.
And things like that. People,
Yeah.
Excuse.
people don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid you have to feed a snake once a week. Once a freaking week.
It's just a question.
And they don't eat every time either. Even
And
that.
I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, pets. And so I just
Oh, yeah.
wondered.
I have aquarium.
I mean, to this day, I call him my buddy.
Mhm.
If Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake.
He's lying. The guy came out right after this interview, and I'll see if I can find it and tell you what he said.
His big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And he's like, if you want to see him, just come on over, man. Whatever, just call me up. Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just,
right. Lessons have to be taught.
Here we go. I can confirm we do still have Sebastian's snake, Brownie, and she is well taken care of. I'm holding out hope to be able to return to Sebastian. I feel like it's important to make it clear that there was never a conversation between Chris Proudfoot and my husband about getting the snakes back. This is a business, and Chris knew that many of his snakes would be listed to be sold, where my husband would be getting those profits. This also happened back in August. Not once was my husband asked to hold Sebastian's snake so that he could get him back someday. Not once. The only reason my husband knew this snake was special to Sebastian is because he himself told him, and my husband said, "Well, why don't you just keep this one?" He said Sebastian looked at Katie and she told him no. Screw you, Chris, for that. Screw you, Katie, for that. Never once have they reached out on Sebastian's behalf for a visit to see the snake or for a picture or update at all. That pisses me off, y'all. That really that pisses me off. Really pisses me off. Thank you so much, Joe. God, that makes me want to cry, y'all. Thank you, Joe. It's called being a parent. We all look after our animals no matter if the child does or not. Yes. I've looked after rabbits, fish, dogs, cats over the years. Hugs. Yes. And that's exactly right. That is exactly right. My kids have a cat each. And I told them, all of them, I told them, you're going to take care of this. You're going to take care of them when you get your kitties. And they said, "Oh, yeah. A week later, who's feeding them? Who's changing the litter boxes? Mwah. Right here. Thank you, Masu. I will be giving Sebastian a ball python when he comes home upon arrival, of course. My husband and I have already agreed to it, and I can't wait for it. That's so nice. Thank you, Masu. So, hey, Seth. How are you, buddy? How are you? That makes me really sad. That makes me really, really sad. Damn, man. I don't see Seth anywhere. Where's Seth? Say hi, Seth.
I'm a very firm believer. It is what it is. Is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
You're welcome to come up if you want, Seth.
how
No
did
pressure.
you discipline him since he, how did you discipline?
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak.
Well, let me tell you about this. Okay, tell me this. The punishment has to fit the crime. We need to write that down. Chris, on discipline. The punishment has to fit the crime. All right. Now, tell me, for a child forgetting a belt. Yeah, and crime. For a child forgetting a belt. Is that worth hitting a child? No, it's never, ever, ever, especially an autistic child. He's insane for that. He's literally insane for that. And I'm sorry, step parents, in my opinion, should not be touching someone else's kid. That's just my, if you believe differently, that's fine, but that's how I feel. That's how I feel. You don't lay hands on someone else's child. They're not yours. You just don't. You just don't. Oh, okay. Justin Seth answered you and said Chris never asked. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Chris wanted to take these animals away. It brought his snake brought him enjoyment. The happiest I've seen Sebastian in a photo is with that snake. That was his.
I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room,
Mhm.
and people are gonna make me sound like I'm so horrible. But I
You are.
promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So
All right, here's the advice, y'all. Get ready.
if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say come out, well, it's clean, and you go in there and you go to check their room, and the room's not clean. Okay, thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room is clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay, now I'm gonna clean your room.
Okay. Sorry, I need to fix this 1 second. Bear with me. I gotta fix my program here. Please wait a few minutes. Sorry, I'm having a problem with my program here. I need to restart it so I can. Well, do-si-do. Why is it not doing it? All right, I'll do it from another program for now. All right. So Chris says the how to clean the room. I thought I told you to clean this room up. Okay. Now I'm going to show you how to clean this room. And he says, try this, parents. Do it one time, and I promise it will never happen again. Now, what's interesting to me is not only this comment right here, but what he says after.
And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom.
Hold on, I need to write this down. I go back, I grab a trash bag, and go back to that bedroom. But what he says here is his mom has stopped me a few times. His mom has stopped me a few times. And what I think that happened, I think Katie was in the middle a lot between Sebastian and Chris, where Katie would have to stop Chris, in my opinion, on a lot of things, discipline and such. And I think it was a big tug of war in that house.
If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick up, I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag. Go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom.
He's such a asshole. Sebastian, go take this to the trash can, and then go take the trash can to the street. He says this has happened twice.
Mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest.
Okay. Sebastian. Hold on, Chris. Sebastian, is your room clean? No, sir. Then I suggest you get in there and clean your room. Okay.
You go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning.
Or I suggest you come in there in the next, or I suggest you to go. I suggest you to go in there, or in the next 10 minutes, I'm coming in and I'm cleaning it.
Yes, sir. Hall's butt.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hall's butt
To that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be.
and by God, that room is clean like it's supposed to be. By God, that room is clean like it's supposed to be.
Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you, you try it with your kids, man, your kids are gonna be like, oh my God, they ain't kidding. It works amazing.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No. No. The burden, so what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of
That's
being
a
able
struggle
to,
itself.
yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it. And you know, what you can do, what you can't do, with, you know, because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other
Hmm.
and finally everybody understands it,
Right.
man, it is a beautiful, beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides.
Notice how he talks about discipline. It's all about discipline. Sebastian good, Sebastian bad, Sebastian listening, Sebastian not listening. That's all it's about with him.
And tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream
You hear that laugh? That's uncomfortable for him, in my opinion.
or any.
No.
We don't fight and
Physically?
Yeah.
No.
we don't fight.
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent
Do you believe that, guys?
type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And
But
I have
has
taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman,
Mhm.
period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that again, there was a time, and this is a long, people can change, but again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that again, that's a long time. I wasn't there, so
No.
And I wasn't there either, for the record. So
so maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe Katie should just answer
no.
this.
That, oh Lord, no. That is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in. And then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in. And I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not, because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, again, I have to think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all? And
When
this is
oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture. I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad.
Even when I came in, does Sebastian have tantrums? Chris. Oh, yeah. Chris. Even when I came in, his tantrums were pretty bad.
I mean, to the point. I mean, so I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation.
Needs to
Past
die.
is a past. It needs to die. Let it be. But
they
at
keep
the
saying
same
who's
time,
Rachel. So they keep saying who's Rachel. So you want to answer that before you tell them to let
yes,
the past
yes,
die?
okay. So I got no problem. Rachel is my
That
third.
intrigued me. I didn't know about Rachel, so
No. So here, I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my 5th wife, and she's gonna say you're final. So let me make that clear. She's probably gonna yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay. First time, her name was Vanessa. Second time, her name was Stephanie. Third time, her name is Rachel. Fourth time, her name is Nina. And I'll
okay.
gladly answer any questions in any of my marriage. Out of the 4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the phone, call, and we can have conversations. That's how good it is.
Okay.
My 4th ex-wife, which is the one I have with my daughter, sometimes we can have cordial conversations, sometimes we cannot. I will make that pause, like, and leave that there. That's why we go to court.
They keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
The story of Rachel.
Maybe how y'all met and how long did y'all, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I don't know. Like, how long was y'all married maybe, and how was your relationship? Do y'all have any kids? I don't know. I'm just
No. I have one biological child in this world. One. That was my 4th wife.
Okay.
The story with Rachel's real simple. We met. We were all friends. We moved into. We shared an apartment together. It was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like, things just happened. I mean, whatever. So we got married. And
Yeah.
Rachel
Yeah.
took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity.
Just think about this. Think about this for a moment. She would rather be in Guantanamo Bay than freaking with Chris. Let that sink in. Rather be in Guantanamo Bay than be around Chris. Now let that shit sink in. For real, for real.
Got the best of her, and she decided to be unfaithful. We ended that relationship. She went back to Cuba. You know, I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key. Told her the combo. Set up the payment plan for her. Everything.
Rather be in a dictator country.
Like that. You know, as far as I know, she lives, I think it's in New Orleans now. And I think she just had a second child. So she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now.
Were you part of any of the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my 4th wife, Nina, she has 2 children. Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because
No.
I don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those kids are not being dragged into that.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage. Well, her and I were together with the kids' lives. It was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married. But we did.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly, Christina.
But I mean, still to this day, like I said,
she would rather be in Gitmo with, I can't say it on here, starts with a T, ends with the Arist, and waterboarding than be with.
When things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other 2 kids at all. You know, occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
but it's not.
I told you, he's the dictator. He's a dick, and he looks like a
They're
tater.
good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, like, and it could be like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had other, or maybe it was in an interview. I don't know. Like he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you try to get him together with other children like that, or maybe that was invited over to your house? Or can you give me a day, like what it was like for him around other children, somebody outside the family?
Let's see how he describes this, y'all.
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with.
Okay. Katie. Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships. See if they disparage the child more.
A lot of the children his age, because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very like single mind tracked. Like if he's wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times, like other children will be like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this. And he'll be, so they wind up getting frustrated with each other. And that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play, is
In
because
personal space.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah. No, he didn't. His classmates loved him. They said that they made him smile so much. Wherever you are, Sebastian, I hope you know that.
Personal space is also another part of it, where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble. Just because he just doesn't have that awareness, like he'll just be right here in your face. But he's capable of getting along with other kids. I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids, but even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then
Yep, he looked fine playing tag. Absolutely fine playing tag. He was just playing with the kids. Couldn't tell anything.
Something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they got to time out and whatnot. We have met some kids, especially like, because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them, it gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding,
it to me it sounds more like she's describing Chris than Sebastian.
with appropriate
maintaining friendships and being in your personal bubble.
Emotions and stances, like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy, and we have like a scale that we work on, like what is the problem that's frustrating you, is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3, and then okay, well, what's your response to that, type thing. So yes, he does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people.
Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I don't think he was given much of a chance to build friendships and stuff because Katie didn't have him any.
I think so, although he's in denial. He
Yeah.
don't want to tell mama that he likes girls.
Yeah. Were y'all a part of a church or anything like that?
Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
We attend
Yes,
church.
we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and
Yeah, when he was
He
in church, so the kids area, oh my God. Um,
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
yeah. I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to
dance.
dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now
He
granted,
he
what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
he's definitely
Okay. What I call dancing, Chris. Am I muted? Okay, I'm not muted. Chris. What I call dancing and what you call dancing are totally different. Dancing. Okay. Just terrible.
got a unique rhythm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But he loves to dance.
yeah. And that makes me think, I mean, just the music he said he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, it just makes me, it just makes me smile. I just want I want them to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we got to ask these questions and we got to look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today, and then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay,
That's
because
why.
that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. But okay, so there was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be re-looked at, researched, but everything needs to be spread out more areas, you know.
We've been pushing to spread the search because with the
Yep.
amount of people
That's
that
right, Tracy.
we've searched with and had search and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel
Exactly, Heather. Chris says way too much. I want Katie to struggle to answer these questions alone, not with the one bearing mouth brother jumping on each moment for the attention. Exactly. Mouth breather, sorry. Uh absolutely. Absolutely. He jumps in for everything. Absolutely everything. Let Katie talk. She is his biological mother and she was the last one there. Chris, last one there.
like
Let her
if
talk.
he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we've been searching out.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, Katie, if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. That's why we're pushing out. Okay.
out farther than just like within the 5 mile radius, but we've been pushing out and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some in all directions.
Now, did you like somebody?
You know something, guys? That state line, she said this twice in interviews talking about the state line. And I always think, what's right over the state line? What's right over the state line? You know what's over the state line? I know what's over the state line. Their camper. That always gets me. She always says, right up to the state line, right up to the state line, or right up to the state line. It's interesting. That's why I think we need to be south.
He thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers.
Yeah,
I
where you
mean,
been
but y'all
posting
have
pictures?
been doing the flyers, is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me help some
Where?
people with
Because let me tell you something. They're known in all 50 states and every town at this point. Someone would have taken a picture by now, them posting something. Because everywhere they go out, they get a picture taken
some
of them.
information about things. When it comes to searching,
Yeah, exactly. Why did they take the I guess the magnets or the signs down off their car?
Flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say
Oh,
missing,
yes.
the yard signs,
Yes.
those came from us.
They
My
came.
mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was
Right,
able
Polly.
to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother.
Gone.
We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a great community who we have handed signs out to, and they have gone out and placed them. Flyers, we've had, I can't tell you the
I
amount of
agree,
support that
Jordan.
the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. We go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we asked them, said, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, we're paying for that, not y'all. We are. I'm like, no.
Yep, Emma. Exactly.
I appreciate it. I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some. You can pass them out, whatever. So it's been out there. There's billboards across this entire state. I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to
Yep.
Nashville, going.
Chris had to go check on the camper. What did he have to do on the way there? Unfinished work. What did he have to do on the way there, on the way back for those missing hours? That's the question. Because I don't know about you, but if my child or stepchild just went missing, the last thing I would be worried about is getting that camper, especially when Chris says that he pays for it in advance. Why?
On down 40, between 240 and I-40.
You can bet your stars, in my opinion, that there is a reason they have stayed at this camp place. Why would anyone stay at this camp place whenever they have a beautiful, immaculate home? Why? Because there is something that they are more comfortable there. Now, what that is, I don't know. Can't tell you. But something is up. Something is up.
There's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Rivergate, some in Madison. There's some out toward Knoxville. I mean, the reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish and in French.
Oh, that
The
needs to be
flyers
done.
are
Mhm.
being pushed all the way up into Canada.
Had the
Mhm.
new camper
I mean,
been
I mean,
confirmed? What do you mean
we're
confirmed? How do you
reaching
mean?
out. We've got great family and friends and blessed people out there. Like I said, if we've never meet you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's
You,
hand and give
Ginger.
everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel
Yeah, that's interesting you mentioned that because I have someone that lives very close to there, and they watch the area quite a bit. And the last couple pictures I've got, nobody's been there, so they may be at home. Me too, Max Chica. Me too.
But what you think, but the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody every day, look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100
Yeah.
billion times. I just want his name and face out there too. And whew, it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up, I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all. And I have a teacher over at Beach High School.
Yeah,
And
they have done some billboards. I don't know where, but there has been some billboards. I will say that. They're the blip billboards.
It means a lot to
Digital
me,
billboards.
this case right here. And it touches my heart for so many different reasons.
Oh, yeah.
And, it makes me want to cry right now. It does. You have a beautiful son and a handsome son, a stepson, son, whatever you want to call it, Katie. And, it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box.
Right, Tracy.
And I will keep his
Right.
name and everything out.
Well, if you don't mind me, so I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me.
Oh, I mean, probably it's like the FBI and the next camper over. Probably they look just like normal people. Open the door. Oh, good morning, bonjour. They wave and they're like that, and they've got like stethoscopes up next to the metal part of the trailer. In the middle of the night, they got like satellites beaming down on it. They got like X-rays beaming the walls to make sure what they're doing. Oh, I'm sure. Absolutely.
Because it's going to
You're
sound
fine.
like a jerk.
Say it. Say
It's
it.
going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I've had it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And and did that include with Sebastian?
Let's listen to this. 1 second.
CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
Okay. Chris says, I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tennessee was Sebastian. Okay.
In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on.
Okay, here we go, guys. Sebastian got in trouble at school one day. We were at home.
I was like, where's your belt? And got it. Whack. Got to have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? And got it. Whack. Got.
We were at home. I said, Sebastian, where's your belt? He said, I ain't got it. Whap. I think, in my opinion, this was Chris showing us who he really was. This was him showing us who he really was. I think he got real comfortable there for a minute. Who gets in trouble for not wearing a belt? Listen, my kids have to wear belts to school, and do you know how many times I've had to turn around the car? Forgot my belt. Forget this. Forget that. We all forget stuff. Who doesn't forget stuff? I agree, Jesse. I agree. You forgot my belt. Wow. He's a kid, number one, and he's autistic. Yeah, I mean, it's part of my kid's dress code too.
Got him. So he goes to school and he tells us belt and got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So
He goes to school and tells the teachers they are mandatory reporters. Okay?
the teacher reports it.
Teacher reports it.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house.
Okay. And teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up at the house.
While we're actually sitting down to eat dinner.
While we're actually sitting down eating dinner.
Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished.
He's being punished. So let's make this crystal clear, Chris. So after you whip him for not wearing a belt, he is still being punished, is what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying, right? Because you said you whapped him, and that afternoon she came there, and he's not happy because he's still being punished. I mean, he forgot a damn belt. That's it. And so you're whipping him and still punishing him. Sebastian, remind you, is 15-year-old and is still being punished. Even after the whap. Yeah, Katie, she should be ashamed of allowing this to Justin. He said 15 and he hit him with the belt. Sebastian is turned 15 in December. Oh.
Not, mind you, up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before.
He caught himself there. The same lady that we've had at the house, she's had a case before. Okay. And the same lady comes to the house who we've had a case before. Katie said that was years ago. It was not. He is 15 now. Justin, he said 15, and he hit him with the belt. Sebastian turned 15 in December. God only knows how many times.
Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. When they
No, it's not. You're just shoving it into one. Okay. Now, the case before, it was like 3 stories all shoved into one. Didn't even happen.
finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he just
Finally got it debunked, he says. Finally got it debunked. Okay.
he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well,
No, I think you probably confused him. I bet you was confusing him, and he probably thought he wasn't even thinking clearly. Wendy, thank you so much, my dear. Thank you. Cindy, thank you so much, my dear. Why one sign in their neighborhood? There's one sign, just one sign, is that what you mean? In the neighborhood? Right.
they canceled that out.
So they canceled that out.
So the one on me, she shows up.
So the one on me. So the one, she shows up. Okay.
And I said, "Hey, how you doing? It's her again."
He's so sarcastic. I said, "Hey, how you doing? It's you again." Okay.
She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened."
She said, "Hey, don't tell any." What did he say? Don't tell anything?
And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blue, blue, don't." She again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened."
Don't tell me anything, but I'm going to tell you what I know happened. But I'm going to tell you everything I know happened.
And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blue, blue, blue." And she told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am."
Chris. She says blah, blah, blah. Let me go back to that 1 second.
Okay. She goes, blue, blue, blue. And she told me exactly what happened. I said, yes, ma'am.
She told me exactly what happened, and I said, yes, ma'am. Exactly what happened. And I said, yes, ma'am. Okay.
She goes, oh my God. I said, yes, ma'am.
She goes, oh my God. Oh my God. And I said, yes, ma'am. He's so full of it.
This is how it's been.
That's an interesting statement right there. This is how it's been. This is how it's been. This is how it's been. That is a huge statement. It's 7:42 here, Emma, PM. That is how it's been. Once what did he say, Grace? I didn't see. What did Seth say? Let me pull up. Where's Seth? I would like the gentleman on Chris's show the other day, or Deception Detective, do something on this. CPS lady was terminated. Hey, Seth. How are you, buddy? I had nothing to do with it. See, good. Good. Should have been. Should have been.
Sebastian,
This is an interesting comment
ma'am,
to me.
this is how it's been.
This is how it's been. Chris. This is how it's been.
Sebastian thought by
Katie, thank you so much. Katie, Chris and Katie gonna bust hell wide open. Yep. Yep.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
telling on me,
Here we go.
making it
Listen to
sound
this.
like I
Listen to this.
telling on me.
You hear that hit?
Sebastian thought by telling on me. Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible, because you are, in my opinion, sound like I was so horrible
Oh, you cut out.
On me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
I think Katie cut him off right there. I think Katie cut him off right there.
Um,
I
you
really
cut
do.
out. I can. Oh, there you go. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, no, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished. And he was like, but, and I was like, you got punished.
I think Seth needs to sue them after all of this is said and done for keeping the records from him. By law, they have to contact him. They have to contact him. Legally, they have to contact him.
And the name was Sebastian, you got punished.
You cut out. I can. Oh, there you go. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. He thought it was stupid. That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. Thought it was stupid.
And I was like, no, Sebastian, you got punished.
I was like, no, Sebastian, you got punished. You got punished. He says punished. We say abused.
Man, you got punished. And he was like, but, and I was like,
yep,
you got punished.
He's like, but, you, no, Sebastian, you got punished. Okay.
And the lady took him outside. She goes, Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished.
Okay, Chris. And the lady took him, Sebastian, outside and said, Sebastian, just because you get punished,
you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound
when you go lie and fabricate things. I don't think Sebastian would know even what fabricating means. And I'm certainly sure he wouldn't know how to do it.
sound worse than what it is.
To make it sound worse than what it is. To make it sound worse than what it is. Here's the kicker.
You can get in trouble for that.
You can get in trouble for that. You can get in trouble for that. And you know what? That probably made him so fucking scared that he didn't feel like he could tell anybody. Nobody. Probably not even Seth. Probably couldn't even tell Seth. Because he was so fucking scared of getting in trouble. Now that is a big fuck up. Couldn't, because Sebastian was trying to tell people. And then after this happened, and if that is true, the CPS lady said that, or Chris said that, well, that is really a lot of fuck up things right there. Scared to death that he was going to get in trouble. Oh, maybe, and that's what abuse is. Oh, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the one. Maybe I'm the one. They're saying, I told my teacher, the teacher had them come out and they both turned on me. I'm the one. I can't tell anybody else because I'll get in trouble again because he got in trouble the first time. Uh, DCS never contacted me. I don't know. I don't work for the county. The county I work for has staffing 24/7. That's really sad. That's really fucked up. And you know, Chris and Katie, even if he did run away, who the fuck could blame him in that house? I mean, listen, look, he was petrified of you two the way this was. Always about getting in trouble, always being good, always being bad, always being careless, always he forgets his belt, always gets whipped, and then he's still in trouble even after that. Fuck you.
So we had that happened, and the lady was like,
That's
"I am so
sad,
sorry." And
man.
I said, "No, he's just a child. He's
Listen to
upset.
this.
It is
Oh,
what."
look at this. This is
So we had that happened, and the lady was like, "I am so sorry." And I said,
and the lady said, "I am so sorry." Chris and the CPS lady said, "I am so sorry." And Chris, look at here, Chris whipped him and then got him in trouble. And now he's going to say, "Oh, that's okay. He's just a child. That's fine. Just a child. He's okay. He'll be in trouble as soon as we leave. As soon as you leave, he'll be in big trouble again."
"No, he's just a child. He's up." And the lady was like, "I am so sorry." And I said, "No, he's just a child. He's open." And the lady was like, "I am so sorry." And I said, "No, he's just a child. He's."
He manipulated the fuck out of them.
Upset. It is what it is.
He's upset. It is what it is. Thank you so much, my dear Tiffany. Oops. As a social worker, this happens frequently. It makes me sick. I'm so sorry, Sebastian, you were failed. Yeah. Thank you, Candy. That baby boy never left the house on his own, in my opinion. I agree with you. I don't think he left on his own either. I don't think he did either. That kid's not gonna leave barefoot in the middle of the night. Doesn't like bugs, doesn't like the outdoors. Didn't take a coat. It'd have been freezing to death. I don't care if it was 50 degrees outside. It'd have been still freezing to death.
I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it, Chris says. I'm okay with it. You weren't okay with it.
You know, he set that back down at the dinner table and was like, "See, eat your food." And
See, eat your food. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine living with him. I can't imagine this, y'all. It I'll be honest with you. Just this infuriates me. I cannot imagine being in Seth's place knowing now that this man was allegedly putting hands on your kid, and your kid being so miserable and not afraid to come to talk to anybody because he's afraid he's going to get in trouble again. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. And Katie, you need to get some balls. Grow a pair. Buy a
We
pair.
went back and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know what was he wearing when they went to dinner. Maybe he returned, if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh,
Hold on.
I don't know. Yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll save that. I'll just leave it up there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or anybody. I'm just saying, does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry. And he may be back too. Let's see. Paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it like this.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Bull.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on.
I want you to hear the rage in his voice. Justin, he wants the hard questions. He says he called the sheriff's department. After hours, it tells you if this is an emergency, call 911. Who did he call in the department personally? He called his buddy, I believe, allegedly, from what I understand. He called, I guess, his buddy or someone he knows in the department, from what I understand. Guys, can we take a break for a few minutes? Can I go grab a downstairs and get a coffee? Is that okay? Do you mind? Because I want to stay here longer, but I need a coffee. Let me know. Okay. I'll play some music or something. I apologize, but I want to stay here with you guys. All right. Go grab a snack, a colossal popcorn, or something. I'll be right back.
So I close my eyes and lose myself now. Do it like it's only a day. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. Girl, we don't care
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. Record coffee. Thanks for those who stayed around. All right, here we go. Let's roll. It's not roll. Roll.
Real fast, if that's okay. I'm trying to get this link back out. So, anyway, oh, there he is. All right, and yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So,
okay, is Chris still here?
uh,
I need to thank someone here for coffee and snacks. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, my love. You need to get your mail, mister. Okay. I got it. I'll get it. Was it delivered today? I've been all over everywhere today. So
Can you drop the link again?
he fell down, but
thank you, love.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Listen to this.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
me. I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever, and he jumped up here on
That's
panel.
fine.
And, he wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Fire away, man.
Well, so you and I had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I had asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
Now,
you're not really being honest.
Wait a minute.
So, what happens whenever Jan? Thank you so much for 1 month, my love. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Chris got off there because Josh was coming on, my opinion. Yes. So many times, not always, but many times when a child goes missing, they do CPS will come. It doesn't mean they're going to open a case though. So it doesn't mean they're going to open it.
You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in God and Country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was, because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing.
Yes.
That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case.
When they do go missing,
And there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
See here, Chris is again, Chris, you have to absolutely be like specific to the word, and he gets angry here, and this is exactly what I believe Sebastian saw a lot of, in my opinion.
You asked.
Oh, it's just quiet for a second. Okay.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
and
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Oh, well, then that triggered you pretty good, Chris.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Chris is tap dancing.
Well, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases.
Very much, Karen.
I don't know. I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you
School
hear him,
belt
Chris?
gone missing. Yep.
Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can now. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
School belt going missing. And I wonder if Chris, just a theory, not alleging this, or not saying this happened, but a theory, in my opinion, would be, was Chris afraid about the CPS? Was he so enraged that it was happening again while he was trying to get his daughter?
So you didn't ask, you asked about active cases. That's what you asked about. And I answered your question.
Active cases. Do you have any active case? When you like, if you would ask someone, hey, have you ever had CPS? Or do you say, do you have any active cases of CPS? No, you say, have you ever had CPS? I'll ask my girlfriend that.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello? Hello?
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, John?
Thank you, thinking out loud, my dear. Appreciate it. Thank you for being such a kind-hearted person. Aw, thank you. You take the time to acknowledge your audience thoughts, which is rare to see on YouTube. Your genuine concern for victims does not go unnoticed. Thank you so much, thinking out loud. That is so sweet. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You have no idea. Thank you so much. It means so much to me. It honestly does. Thank you. Well, you guys are here for me. I don't understand creators who yell and just expect people to come in their room. Like, really, when I started YouTube, I thought I might get 300 subscribers, maybe, if I was lucky.
Okay. I can't hear him.
You guys are amazing.
Okay. Can y'all now? I think
So he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian. And I said, yes, he's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So yes, there's an active case.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you so much, Holly. Appreciate you, honey. Thank you so much for your support. Excellent. I know I had quite a bit my first live. I was really shocked. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, guys. Y'all are very, very, very generous and
Is
kind.
there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So my statement that I told you is true.
You hear his voice quivering. Thank you, Christine. You hear his voice quivering. Oh, he's mad. He's mad. He's mad. Shaking.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it, the active investigation.
Listen to him.
But yeah, but you did really. Maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just saying.
But you're saying, you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated. You just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, "No, you're lying." No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
Oh, I would contraire, my friend, contraire. How many of these cases of these children going missing have had multiple CPS? It's a rare thing for them not to have CPS and then a child goes missing. I mean, that's the rarity.
You don't think that you don't think? Okay, all right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have?
Thank you so much, Candy, my dear, for 5 months. Thank you, love. That 3-hour call was them leaving the phone open for Chris to have an alibi, in my humble opinion. They didn't talk no 3 hours, Justin. I agree. Thank you, Spirit. Hold on, what is it? Did someone say Christopher?
Christopher! Oh, Chris! Oh, Chris! Christopher! Christopher! Oh, Chris! Christopher! Christopher! Oh, Chris!
Christopher! Oh, Chris! Sorry, I can't.
Have to do with anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
Well, you said they opened up an investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. Mm-hmm. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's okay, I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the next hard one we got? Fire away.
Okay.
I'm not arguing.
Okay, so I was just wondering, like, like Katie, let me ask you this, or anybody can answer.
Yeah, technicalities.
So, like, if y'all were at home alone, like, because Chris works out of town a lot,
Chris, I'll even drive to Hendersonville to do a sit-down interview with you, man to man. How about that? I wear lipstick though.
And I just wonder, like, would Sebastian know what to do if there was a house fire? Like, if it was just you and him, does he know how to handle all that kind of emergency stuff?
We have gone over it with him several times. Talked about like what to do in case of an emergency, calling.
I mean, that should be, I mean, I am willing to spend the money to go there and sit down and do an interview with you. Like, most creators aren't willing to do that. They just want to call you or jump on panel. I'll drive and see you.
911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help, known friendly neighbors. Have how to get out, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, is able to think in a sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But
will,
yes,
Anna.
we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire, and how to get a hold of someone in an
Did
emergency.
you? Let's go
Okay.
back to that.
Panic, like if there's assuming that he um how to get out, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, is able to think in a um sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening.
Right.
But yes,
You taught him to call 911, but not the
we have
sheriff,
safety
right?
plans that we've gone over as
Did
far
you teach him the sheriff's phone number or did you teach him
as
911?
like getting out of the house in case of fire, and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
That's for
Okay.
sure.
So if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on. There's been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude.
Okay, so that's important. Katie says, I know his father says he hasn't seen him walk out the house without some sort of shoe on, but I've had a different experience. And then she says, I've seen him take out the trash in his socks. And I'm like, dude. Okay. If he didn't like to get dirty, like she's claiming, what's that, Seth? He has a pair here. What is Seth saying? He has a pair of what? But if he didn't like to get dirty or anything, would he go out in socks like that? Shoes. Gotcha. Okay.
Dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would say honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a
What are slides? What are slides? Seth said he didn't like cold feet. You know who he didn't like either? The proud feet. I'm just kidding. Bad, but nobody likes cold feet, do they? I don't think anybody likes cold feet, but I think the way I take it, Sebastian was the type of kid, or the type of person rather, that is very sensitive. There are some people that are very sensitive to temperatures, specific heat and cold. They're just very extra more sensitive to temperatures. SW4x4 Explorer, thank you so much for becoming a member. I like your Jeep. I like trucks. People might not know that about me, but I like trucks. I do.
padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code
I'm-
lock?
I'm driving my truck. I'm like, oops, almost messed it up. I'm driving my truck and I'm like, whole way. The whole fucking way. Crocs or something. Okay.
Yeah, not a padlock.
I meant, yeah, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The
Oh,
code where you put the code in.
Yeah, with the yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually
Oh.
put that code in? Do you have to put the code in?
These are called slides. These are called slides. Oh, hold on. I just always called them sandals or flip-flops, maybe. Chris, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you, my friend. Oh, I think I missed one. Maybe. There we go. Okay, let's get back to our regularly scheduled program.
In to lock it back.
He locks the door behind
Thank you,
himself
Candy.
every time he goes out it.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to think.
Hold on, that's important. When you were with Katie, did she drink heavily? Well, I've never been with Katie, so I can't answer that. Sorry.
Every back.
He locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay.
He locks the door behind him every time he goes out. Katie. He locks the door behind him every time he goes out. Okay. So on record is 3, but 1 active. 3 total. 1 is, I don't know if it would be 2 active technically, because what was the CPS case from January or whenever it was that one done? Was it over? I don't know. I never knew they were called slides in my I didn't either, Arctic. So don't feel bad. I never knew they were called slides. I called them flip-flops. Oh, that's nice, Judy. You're a good daughter sitting with your mother. Time is precious. Enjoy her. Enjoy her.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody like I mean, I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what, like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know I'm sure you gave it to the police that might have had the combination that could have come in like while you were asleep that the dogs would not be alerted to or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house.
Maurice, you're from Australia, and a rubber is not what we call flip-flops here. Okay. Usually there is music playing in the background, very similar to this. Maybe this. Yeah, more like this. When we say rubber. That's pretty much. So, that's definitely, yeah. Yes. We don't call our flip-flops rubbers. Yeah. Brown chicken, brown cow. Oh my God, I am LMAO. I used to live in Tennessee, Justin, made of rubber. I also live in Tennessee, Justin. Oh my God, I am LA. I also live in Tennessee, Justin, made of rubber. What do you mean made of rubber? Rubber for the rain or rubber for a weenie cover? Y'all got me confused. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Interviewed.
Okay.
What would
Man.
that mean?
I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been in by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen
Yes.
a shadow or a figure
Yeah, that's what I would think.
based on,
Yes.
something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has
Hold on, what do you
been
say here?
visible from have been visible because at base you would have seen a in the code.
I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been in by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Okay, he just shot himself in the foot here. Chris did. Chris, nobody's talked about this, I don't think. If someone had been
No, been in by the front door, punched in the code.
if somebody oh, that's big, I think. If someone had been at the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not,
Believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
believe it or not, you would have seen a shadow or a figure. He just told on himself, y'all. In my opinion, he just told on himself. Listen to that. Back it up.
Man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been in by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
So, how the hell, enlighten me, Chris, how did Sebastian go out that front door and there's no shadowy figure or anything? And for the love of God, don't say it was too dark because it works on motion and infrared. And besides, you knew it was dark and you're still saying it. He just told on himself, guys. That is. So he didn't go out the front door. Well, which way did he go out? He went out the. Guys, that is huge. Do you hear that, Seth?
And not only that, but
Let me see.
Okay. Man. I don't know.
and not only that, but if somebody had been in by the front door, punched in the code,
And not only that, if somebody had been at the front door and punched in the code,
believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you
believe it or not, though it's not super clear, but you
would have seen a shadow or a figure.
would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
One of the lights is still visible with one of the ring cameras across the street. He just himself in the foot. That is huge, guys. That is huge. How come we have not seen that? That's why we go over this stuff. Yes. Oh yeah, you still need proof to arrest, but he just himself there. Crystal Clear, I adore you. You have me over here in real time. Oh, thank you, Crystal. Thank you so much. Thank you, Summer's Army. Good evening, Justin, mods and chat. Thank you, my love. Seth, did you hear that? Did y'all hear that? Look what we just caught. Oh my God.
A shadow or a figure.
I don't know.
Let's do it like this. Let's get some closed caption up in this piece. 1 second. Thank you, my dear. All right. Oops.
And not only that, but if somebody had been in by the front door,
And not only that, if someone had been in the front door,
punched in the code,
punched the code,
believe it or not, no, it's not super clear,
believe it or not, though it's not super
but you would have
clear,
seen a shadow or a figure.
but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
There we go. So where did he go out, Chris? You weren't there. A wop bada bop, a wop bam boom. Can you? He isn't technical. Oh yeah, of course I'll send it. Of course I'm gonna clip this mother. Let me see here.
And based on
Hold on.
code, believe
Might have had the combination or anything like that. Okay.
people go in and search.
Okay.
Not only that, but
I don't know.
and not only that, but if somebody had been in by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
And based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible. And based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood.
There we go, guys. There we go, guys. This is why he said he can't speak on the cameras. That's exactly why I can't speak on the cameras, because he knows. He knows. And Chris, if you're still listening, I'll send this clip to you, by the way. Second thing, if you will have a reporter ask at the next press conference, we know we don't have proof of Sebastian leaving the what's it? The house. But do we have anyone leaving the house that night? Because and tell them it's not illegal for Katie to leave in the middle of the night. So why can't they tell you that? Right? Say, Chris, or law enforcement, was there anyone that left the house in the middle of the night other than Sebastian? We're gonna go back here just a little bit. Man, we just got this, y'all. We just got this. Round of applause, everybody. Y'all are great. This is great. We're going to see what else he says here. Because in some other interview, he talks about having cameras in the house. I can't remember. So at the very least, this means Sebastian walked out that front door. He would have had to have been seen by the same camera. Absolutely. 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 Because listen, Seth, did you hear this? What I just played? Did you hear this? Did you hear what I just played? We just caught. I want to know what if he did hear it. Let's rewind it a little bit and see if we catch anything else really good.
Lock on the, like
We're gonna start with the lock.
would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would say honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I meant, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back?
He locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay.
He locks the door behind him every time he goes out of it.
All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what, like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know, I'm sure you gave it to the police, that might have had the combination that could have come in like while you were asleep, that the dogs would not be alerted to, or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Oh, man.
Here we go. Here it is.
I don't know.
I'm going to slow it down.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
He just wrecked himself right there. I mean, wrecked himself right there.
Based on, something would have been visible, because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
He just wrecked himself. Oh, thank you so much, Promise. Thank you, my dear. Great work, Justin. This is why going over these interviews with a fine-tooth comb is so important. I've listened to like things in Summer Wells, and a year later caught something again going over it. It's so weird how the mind works. Thank you so much, Promise. Thank you so much, Cheers, for becoming a member. Thank you, my dear. So kind of you. Welcome to the family. Pearls look amazing on you. They certainly do. And he wrecked Katie. Actually, he wasn't home, remember? Yes. Yes. Thank you, Summer's Army. Thank you, my love. Justice is coming. Believe and trust that. Tick, tock, mother chicken. I ad-libbed a little bit. I'm going to play it one more time, and then we're going
to... Okay. Oh, man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Remember what Seth said when he saw him take the garbage out? That you really couldn't tell it was Sebastian per se. You could just tell someone was taking out the trash. Remember that? Shadowy figure. How about that? Katie doesn't answer Smiley's questions, though. She doesn't say if the code has to be entered in to lock the. Yes, I noticed that as well. Noticed that as well. Thank you, 10%. He just said he locked it. He locks it. He locks it, is what she said. I noticed that as well. Yeah. Very good catch.
Had been.
Oh, man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood because
I know the ring cameras pick up a long ass ways. I've never adjusted mine. I've never tried, and mine picks up a long way. And I know his would pick up. I knew it. Knew it would pick up. And he's saying that there's a light pole there where you could see anyways. Vet girl, listen to this. I'm gonna play it for Vet girl real quick. Listen to
the
this.
lights are still visible. Not been in.
Oh, man.
Look what we just
I
caught.
don't know.
Listen to this.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
He just said that on the ring camera, if somebody, because what Smiley was asking, if someone came inside that house in the middle of the night, and he said, oh no, if someone would have entered the keypad standing in front of the door there, then they would have, the ring camera would have caught it across the street. Of course, it wouldn't be extremely clear, might be, a little blurry or whatever, but you would still be able to see. He just told on himself. If your garbage truck is seen from across the street, why wasn't Sebastian seen? Exactly. Because in my opinion, he did not go out that front door. It is, in my opinion, it is clear as day. He just told on himself that if anything is in that front door, that camera will pick it up. My camera will pick up a leaf blowing. He just told on himself big time. Big time. Big time.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. they've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may.
He thinks he's Einstein, but he's a dum-dum. Yes. He thinks he's Einstein, but he's an amoeba brain. Justin, do we know what time someone was seen taking out the trash? I want to say it was. Is Seth still in here? He just told on himself.
They not can answer this, but I mean, it was public because we saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about what, 11 times counting the backyard.
Yeah. My son-in-law won't let the daughters up and put up the lawn flags. Yes. Yeah, been there, done that. I know exactly. Because it constantly sets them off. They can be anything. Anything. I have a bush outside and it's constantly. Thank you for running these again, Justin, and the Loudfoots. I'm buying all the snacks for your cellmates. And why a landfill in Kentucky was searched. Yeah. Like Jennifer Coffendoffer said, they don't do anything out of an abundance of caution. There has to be a reason.
Where they took pictures. Okay, so did they come in and check as well the 11 times, or did they do forensics like luminol or anything like that?
No.
Asking.
No. I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out. I was like, "What about fingerprints?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that?" And they said no, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
Now, and he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
So, Chris, Katie, if you guys, I don't know why he walked out that door, is what Katie said. I don't know why he walked out that door. Well, if you know he walked out that door, why are you looking for fingerprints and all of this? Why are you looking for fingerprints and all this? Why are you asking them that? If he walked out on his own, like you guys say, then why? You don't need fingerprints. If he walked out on his own.
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering, so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go.
Is there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay, so but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact.
There you go. They're saying that he walked out the front door. Walked out the front door.
that that's the door that he always uses or
Always.
prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of.
Okay. Katie, that's the most reasonable door if he was going to sneak out of the house based upon the door he always uses, and they discussed it with law enforcement as well. This is why we're combing through it, y'all. We just made a hell of a discovery.
Any of
I
the
need to clip that, by the way. 1 second.
others would have percent obvious.
Made you think
Hold on 1 second.
out the back. Okay, so okay, but what I'm asking,
Made
1 second.
okay, so okay, but what I'm asking is how
the others would have made noise or not
Or
been
would not have been locked.
Mhm.
so the back
Because
door, so that the back door would not lock.
from the outside like the front, no. You'd have to had the key.
You'd have had to have the key. You would had to had the key. Listen
So
to that. Listen
So
to
the
that.
back door, so that the back door
They
would
just
not
keep
lock.
nailing it.
From the outside like the front, no. You'd have to had the key.
So I can't. One. I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house to
No, I
y'all.
understand that.
That's a safety thing.
Yeah, I
But
understand that. Don't do that.
yeah, but what I can say is there's only two doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked
From the
on his
outside.
own or from the outside.
I don't believe he would have locked the door. I don't think he would have locked the door. I don't think he would have locked the door. He didn't have any damn shoes on. Not a coat. Oh, yeah, he cuts her off right there. Yeah.
And the one, he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
So he's saying he could have only locked 2 of the doors from the outside, and the one he wouldn't do because of how much noise it makes.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Plus, it would have been seen on camera. Okay, I need to write this down. Chris. He could have only used 2 doors that he could lock himself from the outside. And the one door makes too much noise. Plus, it would have been seen on camera. So, what camera? Exactly. Exactly. So, if he went out the other door, it would have been seen on camera too. Yes. Hold it. Is the front door has a code, so if you open it, wouldn't it auto lock? See, that's what I thought too. Mine auto locks. Mine auto locks. But So which door is left? Garage. Plus the floodlights always on by the garage. Yep. They didn't have any cameras. Well, the neighbors did. The neighbors did. Boy, he's really telling on himself. This did not go well for you, Chris. So many people missed this.
Okay. Okay.
Hope you're
I
watching.
mean, it
Katie.
would have been seen on camera. So
Here we listen to this.
everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay.
Hear that? By the reason of elimination, it would have been the front door. But he just said a second ago that the front door, it would have been seen on camera too if someone went up there and hit the little keypad. Damn. Oh my gosh, Vet Girl. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's so generous of you. Sebastian Roger may have not been seen on camera per law enforcement. Many others were seen. Anyone wonder who was seen? Yes. Yes. Was anyone else seen? Was anyone else seen? And Vet Girl, that's the question I want someone to ask law enforcement. Okay, you can't tell us that Sebastian was seen because you're saying that he was not seen. But can you tell us if anyone went inside or outside of that house that night? Because it's not illegal for Katie to leave in the middle of the night. It's not illegal for her to leave in the middle of the night. She can leave at any time she chooses. It doesn't mean she done something to Sebastian, but then again, it looks really, really, really suspicious because you didn't say you left in the middle of the night. Right? You just went to bed at midnight, you say, and you got up at 6 o'clock in the morning and he was gone. So, law enforcement, can you tell us if someone left there in the middle of the night? That's what we need to know. Now, I don't know if they will tell us that. But also, to me, in my opinion, a non-answer is also an answer, if you get my drift. If they say, we can't say that because of a pending investigation, well, that tells me something right there, in my opinion. Or if they, I'd say, well, why can't you tell us if somebody left in the middle of the night? It's not illegal for her to leave in the middle of the night. Just a girl. We aren't privy to that information, and Justin, the color looks amazing on you. Oh, thank you so much, and thank you, Vet Girl. Thank you both so much. Appreciate the support. Neighbors know when someone left and came back. Yes. Yes. Thank you both so much again. Remember, Seth said something about dash cams, and then she said, when I got to the school, yes, yeah, that was in Olivia's interview, if I recall. I don't think it was a dash cam, ICU. I think it was some type of audio. It was some type of audio. It's not illegal for someone to leave at 9 PM and return either. No, it's not. It's not illegal. So, law enforcement, can you tell us if anyone is seen, is Katie or anyone else seen leaving that house? It wouldn't necessarily be due to an investigation. It doesn't mean that they did anything to Sebastian. We just want to know. We just want to know if somebody left or not. That is because you've told us there's no evidence. You see, this is the thing. And I want to make this clear, crystal clear. What I'm about to say is my opinion and a hypothesis and a theory. Chris just said that we just heard him, that if someone was at that front door, then it would have been picked up some way. He just said as well, if someone would have been at that back door, it would have been picked up on camera. He just said it both. Sorry, I was reading something. He just said if anyone was at that front door, it would have been picked up. Right? He just said if anyone would have been at the back door, it would have been picked up. Okay. So we don't have that on either one. We don't have Sebastian on either one. What if someone took him allegedly out of the garage, and if they took him out of the garage, they still may not have and don't have Sebastian leaving the house, because you can't see. You wouldn't be able to see Sebastian, right? You wouldn't be able to see Sebastian because he would be in the back, most probably, allegedly, in my opinion. It's not illegal for someone to leave. Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Why did law enforcement search sister's house, mother-in-law's, uncle's houses, businesses? That's interesting. Yeah. No one knows possibility of what probable cause affidavit to search a landfill. Wake up, YouTube. Kentucky isn't Tennessee, and state lines means federal. Yes, and it also means a bunch of money. And whether we want to say it or not, money is a huge factor. It's a huge factor in searching for people. You would have to have a good ass reason to go to that landfill, a really good ass reason to go to that landfill. A judge had to sign it. A judge had to be comfortable to say, "Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me put my signature on this," because it cost a lot of money to go over state lines and look through a dump. It cost a lot of money. And not only did they look in that dump, but they looked in another dump. And they didn't want it getting out either. Yes, you would need, of course, you need a warrant from a judge. Absolutely. A federal to a state. Yes. Yes. Now, like Jennifer Coffendorfer said, they don't do anything like that out of an abundance of caution. Nothing. No. No. They don't just go play in trash, look in trash to look in trash. No. I mean, if you walk out of the door, think of this, people. Use your heads for a moment. Not your feelings. Not your feelings. Use your head for one simple moment. If a child walked out of the house on his own accord, right? Let's say he walked out on his own accord. Think about this. Is he going to be found at a dump site in Kentucky? Is he going to walk to Kentucky? Is Sebastian going to walk out the door and walk to Kentucky, not be seen on one fucking camera, not one camera, not one scent? Not one footprint. Is he? Is he going to be seen? No, because we don't just walk out of our door barefooted in cold or cool temperatures, especially when we're afraid of bugs and everything else, and not be seen on anything, and then just walk to a dump site in Kentucky that is a hell of a long ways away. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Yep says it wasn't a very long search. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was a very long search or not. A judge had to sign it. A judge had to sign it. They had to have a probable, meaning more likely than not, to convince a judge mere days after Sebastian went missing. And you're saying it is a normal place to search. In a different state. It's just not. It's just not. Chris just told on himself. He literally, with his own lips, not my opinion. It's not even my opinion what I'm saying. He just said it. She also said in one interview he doesn't like being dirty. Of course, he doesn't like being dirty. He doesn't like bugs. He doesn't like to swim. He would only swim in the water or the ponds or anything like that. Yeah, I understand commercial dumpster, dumps or whatever, right? But commercial is different. These people with the trash truck around there, well, first of all, they're going to be able to see if a 15-year-old child, a 120-pound body, is in a trash can, a small trash can. Vet girl, thank you so much again. Thank you. That's so generous of you. Thank you. In his last scene on his Amber Alert. His Amber Alert. What does it say on his Amber Alert last scene? We have no idea if they found evidence or not in the landfill. Absolutely. Absolutely not. We have no idea whether they found evidence or not. No idea. No idea. None at all.
And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yeah.
screens intact and things like that.
Yeah,
So,
nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
Altered. listen to this for those just joining us. I want to play something for you that Chris just literally tells on himself.
Oh no.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
If somebody had been at the front door, believe it or not, you would have seen a shadowy figure.
And based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that Ring camera from across the street.
One of the lights is from the Ring camera is viewable from across the street. You see, the Smiley asked if somebody went up to there and, tried to take Sebastian at the front door, and he's like, no, nobody could have done that because, if somebody went up to the front door, they would have seen from the camera. I know that because I have a Ring camera and it sees a far ass way, and it goes off infrared and motion, not light. But he goes on here.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood because
Hold on. Maybe that's 1 second. 1 second. Hey guys, I'll be right back. I need to go tinkle. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you for the bathroom pass. I appreciate it. The coffee went through my. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, huh? Not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and barefooted. Yeah.
So he just told us that if anyone would have went up to the front door, it would have been seen by the Ring camera. He just told us that. He just told us that he wouldn't have went out any other door because he wouldn't have been able to lock it except one other door. And that door, he said, is loud. Of course. SG, of course. That door is loud. And 2, if he did go out that door that he was able to lock, then a camera would have picked that up as well. So, and on top of that, he said, no, he did not go out any screens at all, windows, because nothing was altered. Windows locked. He said barefooted for out the window.
Exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, huh? Not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah.
So to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted.
We'd have
Yeah.
heard something because he had landed on it and
Barefooted. Yeah. So we would have heard something
screamed.
Yeah.
because he would have
Yeah.
screamed.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay.
All right. So I need to write this down. Chris, he did not go out the windows. Nothing in the windows were open or altered. And the screens were still in and windows locked. We would have also heard him scream from being barefoot because a bush outside his window. He just literally, y'all, he literally just completely boxed himself in here. Completely boxed himself in. He went out that garage, in my opinion. He went out that garage, in my opinion. Who's we, Chris? Weren't you at Yogi Bear? Very good point.
Not only that, but
There. Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah, with
yes,
the
yes,
screens intact and things like that.
yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, huh? Not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it.
Yeah, we would have heard something if he would have landed on it. Boom. Boom. Chris, for him to go out the window, we would have heard him scream. Booyah. You weren't there. Remember? You weren't there. Seth is probably still listening. You weren't there, Christopher. Chris is watching, y'all. Oh, I know he is. Somebody's already
Screamed.
Yeah. No windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yes,
screens intact and things.
screamed.
Yeah. 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 All right. Let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard
That's fine.
questions. And I've been, all right. So, let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but, like when y'all were out to eat Sunday,
we would have heard him scream.
like what he had on, that day.
Guys, we are on it. Good job, Max Chica. We heard it crystal clear, Chris. We We heard it crystal clear, didn't we?
FBI, open up! FBI, open up!
Sure did. Sure did. Absolutely.
Like when he went out to eat. When y'all were out to eat. Let's see.
Scream. That flower bed and it, you know, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed. Bed and it, you know, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed. Bed and it, you know, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed. Bed and it, you know, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, let me get these people. I know they're
Oh,
itching for some hard questions. And I've been
Oh, Grace! Oh, Grace! Christopher! Christopher! Oh, Grace! Christopher! Christopher! Oh, Grace!
Christopher. Mother chicken arise. We are the mother chicken army, aren't we? Beaks in the air, like you just don't care. Mother chicken army.
all right. So let's see. I know
That's so foul, Justin. Foul, you get it? Foul.
that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but like when y'all were out to eat Sunday, like what he had on that day, like when he went out to eat.
His
And
tennis,
let's go ahead.
his tennis shoes, jeans, and a black T-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And so, and then he changed before he went to bed into the black
sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay. And that, I think,
was
what
originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
and I, because and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it. So that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
Sorry, go back where? Go back where? Go back where?
Grogu on the front.
They're itching for some hard questions. I know that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but like when y'all were out to eat Sunday, like what he had on that day, like when he went out to eat. Let's go ahead.
His tennis shoes, jeans, and a black T-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And so, and then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
Oh. What is that?
Let's go ahead.
His tennis shoes, jeans, and a black T-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Grogu. Okay, well, that's different than what she said before. Katie. Jeans, pants, and a black shirt. Grogu? Grogu? But wasn't it supposed to be?
And so,
hold on. Wasn't it supposed to be something else? Grogu. Okay. Writing this down. Okay, that's Star Wars. Okay. That's Baby Yoda. Okay. I don't know anything about Star Wars.
But so, and then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
The black sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay. And that, I think,
Which was
what got-
originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because it was because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant.
Good question. What did Seth say the shirt was? What did Seth say the shirt was, y'all? All black, very interesting.
Meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
and I, because and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it, so that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And then another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this. But us older folks, go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah.
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about, exactly.
That's why I'm like, older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know exactly.
I just call them sweatpants, but
well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard. I think it's a hard question.
Okay,
I might put you on the spot, but
nah, you're fine.
Okay, all right. Let's ask theirs first, because I don't want you to go, "Oh, I'm over here."
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll stick to my word.
Yeah, can I ask? Then I'll ask you.
Oh my God, guys, I'm so sorry. I apologize, Darzilla. I'm so sorry. 1 second. Sorry about that. Bear with me. We would have heard him scream. How would we hear him scream, Chris, if you weren't there? Exactly. Exactly. How could we hear him scream if you weren't there? Very interesting, right? Dorsey, thank you so much, my dear. I think that is worthy of a screaming picture. I think it is.
Christopher! Oh, Grace! Oh, Grace! Christopher!
His words mean nothing. At this point, just when he tells on himself, that's the only time.
Now, before I go to theirs, before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8, the interview? It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So
you know what? Smiley got his ass on this one, in my opinion. She got him on this one, but his wheels were freaking spinning really quick because she caught him on this. He came up with something real quick.
I've got 2 spots on my hand, and I got one on closer to my elbow. They're 2 spots. We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse my little Morkies, and I put my hand down, and they chase it around, and I don't stop, and I let them nibble. And I've been dumb enough, and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
They got their claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but
Listen to that. The lady that was on Queen Bees who said jaundice for all, talking about the nails. Remember, I didn't say that. Katie did. Katie did it. Katie did it. Katie did it. Turn the hearing aid up. I don't know who that lady was on Queen Bee's chat, but
I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought
listen to this.
it looked like fresh scratch. I'm just
So
saying.
when I'm in a green shirt,
Yeah.
okay.
You were talking
Was
to
that
Fox 17.
okay?
Kate,
Fox 17. I had already been home, so
You remember? You know when they get like kind of caught, or one of them gets stuck, the other one jumps in. That's what they do, in my opinion. This happens. This happens.
I got home February 26th. That
so
can be
was a new
released because
scratch.
that's when I came home.
Yeah, you're saying it was a new scratch then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hey, Green-Eyed Pia, did you see what we caught earlier about the front door?
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, I came home February 26th. We did the interview, and those were scratches that are fresh. 'Cause
Okay.
the day I came home, I was actually still wearing my work clothes.
Okay. So y'all, that is he's saying that is a fresh scratch. So I'll say it now. I have also asked about that picture. So that is a fresh after he got home from his little dogs.
And believe it or not, that is the first time I've heard that question. So thank you. I had not heard that before.
Yeah. So I asked that. So if you see that picture out again that I asked, that's just from where I asked it, I believe today. And I asked it yesterday.
And I believe I was wearing like it's like a mint colored button up shirt, I think.
You were?
Yep, there you go.
Yep, absolutely. So that's where that come from. I knew I was going to stump you with one question.
Pretty close. I was like, wait, huh?
Yep. You thought they all been asked, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. I mean, I've told everybody on Facebook, and I said, look, everybody's been nasty and all this, and like, look, I got no problem. I'll answer your questions. Just fire them away. But and I have asked, like, keep in mind, there's like 3 of us and thousands of y'all, so we're trying to get to them. But
yeah. So, so let's see.
Give me a good one.
I'm gonna try to find a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
I just asked.
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
She could.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Please call a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay.
Which you cannot hit a child with an instrument. Chris, did you ever hit Sebastian with a belt? Answer: yes, one time on the outside of his clothes, on his buttocks. I don't believe it was just one, in my opinion.
Please call DV when Sebastian home. Okay. Have you ever had domestic violence called on you when
we're catching it tonight,
Sebastian
y'all?
was there?
No,
we're
ma'am.
catching it tonight.
Okay.
I actually don't have any domestic violence in my history. Period.
Okay. He says he's never had domestic
Thank you for
violence.
renewing.
Okay. Now here's one. Let's see. How big one? Let's see. Okay. With Sebastian's autism, does he have a violent outburst? If so, what typically triggers the outburst?
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have, when he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older.
Hold on, what'd he say?
He probably had some pretty nasty ones.
Younger, he probably had some pretty nasty. Okay. Chris. When he was older, he some tantrums. That was pretty nasty. Okay.
As he's gotten older, between his mama, me, and his dad, and other family members, trying to get him to like, look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing. He ball your fist up, put him down to your side, like in a very aggressive.
Okay. This is interesting. Chris, ball your fist up, put them down to the side, like a very aggressive,
manner, like you're pushing down and
manner, like you're pushing down and stomp. Like you're pushing down and stomp.
stomp with one foot.
Stomp with one foot. Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
He gets like that when he's throwing his tantrums.
He gets like that when he's throwing his temper tantrums.
And then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it.
Then he brings his hands up like the military knife, what you call it. Okay.
All four fingers and thumbs pointing outward.
Yeah.
And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of.
He just mocked him right there. He threw his hands up. Chris mocks him. He just mocked him right there again.
Moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
Yeah. All right. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got one lick.
Right. He lied to you about not having a belt. So you hit him with the belt.
Okay.
And by the way, you said whenever Sebastian went home, you said, "Where's your belt?" He said, "Don't have it." Whap. That's what you said, Chris. You said he came home. You said, "Sebastian, where's your belt?" "I don't have it." Whap. Mother chicken.
Let's see. How is it possible, do you think, that Katie, and I'm just asking now, you probably, how do you think it's possible that Katie and Sebastian, and Katie, and I can ask you too, you got a voice. Can I ask you why Chris is always speaking for you? I'm just wondering. Why is Chris always speaking for you?
Fire away, babe. Go ahead.
If you're not there, Chris, hold on. If you're not there, people want to know this. If you're not there, how can you answer all the questions? I'm
So
just wondering.
if you notice, there's certain questions that you're asking, I'm not saying anything about.
I know.
So as soon as you start talking about Sunday,
Yeah. Okay. So
I don't say nothing. Saturday, I don't say nothing.
Bullshit.
But anything after that, from
Bullshit.
the 6th, from midnight to 6,
okay.
being on the phone with her prior to, yeah,
Yeah.
I can answer those questions.
Okay.
And just so I've told somebody this before. My wife has popped off to somebody on Facebook about it. As nasty as some folks have been, my job as a husband is to protect my wife, my kids at all costs. And I will stand in front of them, beside them, wherever they want to be, and I take all the hard hits. I'm tired of people dragging her through the mud. I'm tired of seeing the stuff that they say about her. Say it to me. I'm okay with it.
Come up.
Say it to me.
Come up, Chris.
Leave them alone. Be nice, be respectful, be courteous, and think about a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If everybody would just take a step back for one
Hold on.
second, go look at your kids. If everybody would, a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. Think about a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If everybody would just take a step back for one second, go look at your kids and realize you got a kid. Your kid's at your house right now that you can walk up to. They may be in the bed sleeping, but you can walk up to them, give them big old hugs and kisses, tell them good night, and enjoy the moments. Right now, there's 3 parents in this world. Well, more than 3, but right now for this situation, there's 3 parents that cannot do that. So forgive me for standing up and being my wife's rock and foundation, because that's what a marriage is. That's my job.
This is your 5th rock and your 5th foundation.
Okay.
And it's
But
none of
we
my
do
business.
love all of y'all. Doesn't matter. We still love you.
Well,
5th rock, 5th foundation.
Babe, if you want to
None of my business.
answer. Go for it.
no, I don't understand why it's a problem that my husband helps talk. I mean, I get that y'all want to hear my voice more, but honestly, half the time it's because I'm crying or
We're 3rd rock from the sun, and he's 5th rock from the sun.
I'm honestly, I don't have words to explain what I am anymore.
He's out there.
It's okay. I just wondered. A lot of people was asking that. I'm sorry, I was trying to read some of this. A lot of people was asking that, and just might as well ask it.
No, and we appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. Like we said, thank you.
Let's see. All right.
When they say honestly, they're lying.
Oh, did y'all?
Usually.
What did y'all like to do together as a family when Chris was in town and y'all were all together? Like, what was your thing? Did you ever like have a short mini vacation on the weekends? Did you go? I mean, what did you like to do?
Oh, we do all sorts of stuff. He loves Top Golf, so we like to take him there. Dave and Buster's because games.
Yeah.
Self-preservation.
We've got a few really good parks in the area that he still enjoys going and playing in.
Yes, Vet Girl. He thought he was going to get me removed from the house. Who is out of the house? Exactly. I don't remember which interview that is. I think it might be the next one we do. He thought he was going to, I think it's Web Sleuths. He thought he was going to get me removed from my house. Chris, who wasn't even at his house for a month. Exactly.
Done some hiking.
Has snacks.
We do hiking. We go bowling. We have in the summer a family member with a pool, so he absolutely and utterly loves going over there. And we do game nights. He loves playing cards. Uno is currently his favorite game,
Could he swim?
like a
Like a
fish.
fish.
Mhm. What was his favorite food?
Well, that
Depends on
depends
what
on which day of the
day.
week.
What day of the week?
Yeah.
He changes his favorite food probably every day.
Yeah.
Chocolate milk has been a long time runner.
Tofu, believe it or not,
Mhm.
tofu. He's
Not
he's not a huge steak eater, but
not
steamed tofu.
fried. Not
Mhm.
fried and no sauce, just plain steamed tofu and sushi. The boy loves
Oh yeah.
sushi.
Yep.
He loves it.
Did he like going to? Did y'all ever take him to the Japanese places where they made that in front?
Shoguns where they cook in front of you.
Yeah,
Oh,
He
hibachis, yeah.
he
yeah,
likes it, but he doesn't at the same time because it's so loud and clanky.
yeah,
And they
So
use a
it's
lot
like,
of the teriyaki style sauce.
yeah.
When we get his, we kind of have to ask like, hey, can y'all scoot some over? He doesn't like condiments that much. He really doesn't.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah. Chris, what time did you get home on Monday? Do you remember?
She has 4
I
accents.
want to say it was. Well, hold on. Let's see here. One something. I think.
Yeah.
1 something.
And then did you have to go back up there and get your camper? I mean, is that what y'all had to go back and get that? Somebody had to drive it
Yes.
back or
No. It's a fifth wheel. It's a fifth wheel.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I couldn't tell. Somebody
He
was
hates
No, no.
loud and clanky noises.
So there's a couple things that because of this whole situation, families never endured.
right.
Without going into great details, I almost lost my job.
Mhm.
Um,
Over this?
yes, over this, very much. Yeah. hmm and because of that, I was like, well,
I hate
so I got
how the news always says 15-year-old autistic child, Sebastian Rogers. They put autism before his actual first name, and they label him that. He is so much more than autistic. He is just a human being. I don't know why people do that. They put a label on. I mean, it's ridiculous. 15-year-old autistic child, Sebastian Rogers. Stop that, media.
permission, and I say I got permission. I asked law enforcement, said, hey, I need to go down, go get my fifth wheel, and I need to bring it home.
Mhm.
Because right now,
He says he needs to go pay that, get that fifth wheel whenever he says he pays for it a month in advance. This is where the 17 hours to pick up fifth wheel comes up. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Serenity. Thank you for that, my dear. Appreciate you, darling. Thank you. Because that is how Katie put it into police. That is how Katie put it to police. No, not over Sebastian going missing. No job is going to fire a person. Finally, you know what I wonder? What I wonder is, and this is my opinion, and this is a theory. I wonder if he could have been perhaps. And I'm not talking about Chris, I'm talking about another Chris. Could they have fired him because he lied that he was there and he really wasn't? Or could Christopher not been there on time? They said that, yes, you could hook it up and get gone in 30 minutes. Absolutely. It wouldn't take 30 minutes to get it done. Not even 30 minutes. I mean, we used to have one. Like, you literally hook it to the ball joint, put the slides in, make sure your dishes are in, and hit the road jack. See, I've heard he was 2 hours early, but who's been able to verify that? Some people say the PI did, but do we know for sure? Do we know for sure? No, we don't.
You know, and they said, okay. So we told them what day we were going, and we went down there. We weren't even down there, I don't know, 24 hours maybe. I think we were down there maybe 17 hours, long enough to.
There may be 17 hours. Chris, there's where we got the 17 hours, mother chicken. Yeah, there's where we got it. From your lips to God's ears. How about that? He said it. Exactly, reality. Exactly. But he said he spent the night at Yogi Bear. He did spend the night at Yogi Bear. Now, question is, does anyone remember how long it was after Sebastian hitched Justin? Does anyone remember the day he went to go get his RV after Sebastian went missing? Was it day 3? What do you mean his phone did? If you guys, we caught some stuff earlier, guys. If y'all just joined us, y'all need to go back because we caught some stuff.
To get
Some,
down there,
like
finish
he told on himself.
packing everything up. And I'll say she didn't go. I was down there long enough to pack everything up. I spent the night in my trailer, hooked up the next morning.
Here, I'll go back.
Because right now, permission, I asked law enforcement, said, hey, I need to go down, go get my fifth wheel, and I need to bring it home.
Okay, the 28th. Let me go back to the calendar here. So you know something I just noticed? They say Sebastian went missing on February 25th, right? Hold on, let me check something. Okay, February 26th. No, February 25th. What does Okay. Some are saying that I just looked in search and it's some saying 25th and some saying 26th. What does the Amber Alert say? Amber Alert, Sebastian Rogers. February 26th. Okay. Never mind.
Because right now, and they said, okay. So we told them what day we were going. And we went down there.
So, that's what I was going to check. Sorry. So, February 25th, 26th, and he goes down there. 26th is when they officially called 911. 27, 20. So within 48 hours, it's so important for Chris to go down and get that RV 48 hours after the 911 call goes out. 48 hours to go get his fifth wheel. 48 hours. And he spent the night. And he was gone 17 to 24 hours. That was my next words. Even though it was already paid for. Even though it was paid for a month in advance. And he stayed. He didn't even go. Seth said he left Katie's house on the 28th around noon. Did Chris wait for Seth to leave, then leave? I don't know. That's a good question. Why would you get an RV 48 hours? Yep, leap year, 28 days, and then stays the night when a whole kid, Sebastian, is missing. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree. He would pay for up to 3 months in advance, according to Chris. Yes. Yep. Why would you leave when your son is missing and leave your wife? Mm-hmm. Very, in my opinion, as well. Very. I bet he did. I bet he did. Right? Weren't you afraid to leave your wife? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And not even go down in one day. I mean, you could have done it in a day, even that. But you spent the night. He said we went, then he said I went. So the campsite was paid for and locked up in a secure campground. Yes. Yep. Absolutely secure. What was the point? That's another thing that makes it very suspicious, in my opinion, Amy. That's insane, y'all.
And even down there, I don't know, 24 hours maybe. I think we were down there maybe 17 hours, long enough to get down there. I finished packing everything up. And I say she didn't go. I was down there long enough to pack everything up. I spent the night in my trailer, hooked up the next morning, and came home.
Mm-hmm.
So he hooks it up the next day. He doesn't even hook it up that night he got there. He waits till the next day to hook it up, even on top of that. I don't see how people don't see this. I don't see it. I don't know how they don't see it. I'm like, damn.
So, but will you be going back to work there? I mean, they'll allow you to go back to work there? I mean, in Memphis?
Things have worked out. I will be returning to work.
Good. Okay. All right. Good. So why the three-way call?
So, well, I'll
Because
give
I
you.
was
Yeah, okay.
hysterical and screaming and crying and frantic. And so he told me to mute my phone, and he's the one that actually called because at that point I couldn't even make words anymore.
So not only that, but if folks know the area, when you call 911, you go to a central dispatching unit. You don't actually go to your local PD unit. You go to a hub on a cell phone. When you tell them where you're at, then they redirect you to the local PD. We don't live inside city limits, so the local PD they're not responding. It's not their jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to call the sheriff's office. So I called directly to the sheriff's office because I know what was going to happen. Bypass it, call them, and then within 10 minutes of that phone call, they were at the house. And when they were at the house in full force.
How many came? Do y'all remember? Was it a lot? Or
You've seen the aerial shot of the subdivision, correct?
yes.
That's right.
Okay, so from our house, go all the way back down to Stafford to that stop sign where
Right,
Kellen and Stafford meet. Then line cop cars all the way down Kellen out to Long Hollow Road.
Yeah.
That's how many cops came.
Well, is there a reason like y'all didn't go to the vigil? I mean, for real, the one by the high school? Seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
So security reasons. And this is what I'm fixing to tell you is going to spark a whole bunch of stuff in the comments. And I'm not afraid to answer any of this. The young lady who started to organize this vigil never even contacted us. Not one time has any of these vigils taken place as somebody tried to organize them with us as the parents. I think the only one that's
Crazy,
been
Mohawk,
somewhat organized
crazy.
with a parent is the one that was done in Clarksville with Seth. Other than that, the one that was supposed to be out in front of my house was a security issue. My neighborhood said we don't want it here because our roads don't have sidewalks. We don't have easements. Technically, you're not even supposed to park on the street.
Yeah.
We found out about it, and then we found out that they were spreading it all over basically the county and state, and there was like tons and tons of people saying they were going to come, and there's zero parking here. It's not big gathering spot. So we asked if
It doesn't matter where you are, you call 911. Period. Just that simple. It's
for
just that
them to
simple.
move it to the school, which is literally like half a mile from my house, if that.
It's not even that. It's like a quarter
And
mile down the street.
can accommodate all of the people.
Not
Yeah.
only that, but some of the people, like some of the comments and the stuff that's being said.
Yep. Everywhere.
And
I know.
if you're in
I'm
our
reading
shoes,
now. I'm
it
trying
could
to
be
read.
It could be a security reason.
Exactly. 911. Where was it at? Sharon said it. 911 can be switched within seconds to the appropriate jurisdiction. They call the non-911 number the non-emergency number for a reason, in my opinion. The same as Don and Candace Wells. Why didn't they call 911? You call 911 during an emergency. You don't call the non-emergency line. I think your child missing is about as big of an emergency as they get.
Because if somebody shows up acting crazy, that's not kosher. One, it's not coming in our subdivision. I don't want it in front of my house. I don't need thousands of people in front of my house. I appreciate.
You're still talking, but I can't hear you. I can see you're talking if you moved. All right, we'll listen for him. Let's see. Katie, was you still married to Seth when you and Chris met?
No. So, I know he's insinuating that I cheated, and I did not. Seth and I had been separated for, I think, about 2 years and change when I met Christopher.
Yeah.
And we didn't get married until nearly 3 years after my divorce. So, no, I was not cheating and running around.
You know that it's been said that there are rumors, and Chris is not up here now, but it's been said that there is someone in the neighborhood that you have been seeing. Is that any truth to that?
No.
And there was nobody else in the house that night with you?
Just me and my son.
Can you tell me more about that 3-hour phone call? I mean, is that normal, something normal that y'all did every night?
Day. So my husband works out of town, as y'all all know. And yes, it is regular that we talk every evening or all throughout the day. We call each other here and there. We chat off and on. That's how we're involved, and we're our version of spending time with each other because, on a different situation where, both people come home from work at a normal time, you sit down, you have dinner, you spend time with your spouse, and it's hours of time that you're spending with them. We don't have that physically when we're separated by work. So we spend it on the phone. We talk while we're having dinner, and we most of the time the phone's on speaker and Sebastian talks to him and whatnot. But that's the way that we are still spending time and talking about our day. And
Yeah, I mean, if it's, every night, I mean, that would kind of get boring to me. I mean, everybody's different,
Where'd
but
the country
I just
accent
wondered if it was
go?
something normal, that y'all did, or it was just that one night, or a couple of nights before or anything like that. I didn't know if it was normal. I wouldn't, I mean, it's not something I would do. So, I mean, I'm not saying y'all don't. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, mine goes, just go.
well, and then that's normal for some people. Not everybody wants to, spend that much time with their spouse, but I enjoy being around my spouse and not my husband. And, and I enjoy that he's a part of my life and a part of, the family.
Hold on.
And,
Did you
and
just say,
for,
hold
for
on?
us,
Let's just go.
well, and then that's normal for some people. Not everybody wants to, spend that much time with their spouse, but I enjoy being around my spouse and not my husband.
I enjoy being around my spouse and not my husband. She said, I enjoy being around my spouse and not my husband. Which one? Which one? I enjoy being. That's what I thought she said. I enjoy being around my spouse and not my husband. Neighbor, Mr. Rogers, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a lovely day in the neighborhood. Won't you be my neighbor?
And and I enjoy that he's a part of my life and a
Yeah.
part of the family, and for us that is our normal, albeit some other people may not
Yeah.
be the same way. Not everybody wants to be around somebody all the time, but sometimes just
But
being on
is,
the phone, you're just kind of sort of spending time together.
but is that not, and I think this is a fair question. I'm not trying to be mean, but is that not, and this has nothing to do with Sebastian being gone, but but it kind of does. I'm just weird like this. So, but is that not taking time away from your son?
Exactly, Mohawk. Been with Katie 7 to 8 years. Faith turned 7 in June, so Nina was pregnant when they hooked up. Chris, we can do the math. Yes, Hanny. Yes, Hanny.
That you could be spending with your son,
No,
being on the phone?
no, because I'm not on the phone during all of that time. I'm not on the phone every minute of the day with him. I'm on the phone in the evenings after bedtime until I go to sleep, that type of thing. I spend time with my son from the time I get home until the time he goes to bed.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I don't know. That's just kind of not something that
So Chris only gets, so he usually goes to bed at midnight, is what she's saying. 9 to midnight is what she's saying, 3 hours. And Chris got up at 5:15. Well, he would have to get up before 5:15 because he was allegedly at work at 5:15. So he gets like, so if he goes to bed at 12 and after everything's done, he's probably asleep by 1. He gets just a few hours of sleep.
I don't know. A lot of people just
Normally?
find weird, and
Well, and a lot of people don't have long distance marriages either, so I'm sure they could. But if they were in this situation, then, maybe they would have a different opinion or point of view. But, I don't think it's weird to spend time with your spouse on a regular basis.
yeah. And what about, and Chris? Do you like, are you work? You're off nights, or do you work? Do you mind telling? Do you work night shift, or is it days? Or I mean, do you mind? Is that okay to ask? Or
Yeah, no, that's fine to ask. So, in my line of work, you really don't have, I would say, a normal set schedule. I'm going to give you an example. So, helping a guy out right
Yep.
now till I go back, I'm filling in for a guy.
Me
His
love you
shift
long
starts
time.
at noon and doesn't get off until
European
midnight.
car.
yeah,
That's not
When
your
you
normal
tell
shift,
on
So it kind
you.
of depends. Some
80 Southern accent.
some crane operators depends what's going on the job site determines on like the hours, because if you're doing a concrete pour, um I mean you may be up there for 18, 24 hours.
hmm
I mean it
And
just
for the
kind of
record,
depends.
because a whole bunch of people just snap back at me because I did say that I talk to my husband on the phone when I eat dinner, and I do. And I also said not
Right,
every
they
single
do.
day. Most of the time, we talk from bedtime
Yes,
until
Holly.
I go to bed, or one of us.
They act like, I mean, they were in the Navy. They act like 3.5 hours away is deployment. Thank you, Deborah. They act like it's deployment. It's 3.5 hours.
falls asleep. But I also said that he interacts with Sebastian as well because he
All right,
does.
Thomas.
Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, my chat is not moving, and I'm having to stroll it. That's why I keep doing that. I don't know
Oh,
why, and I don't know how far behind y'all I am. Chat. I don't know how far this is behind, but I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that.
I didn't think
I'm
so.
kind of scared to refresh it because I don't want to lose nobody. Let me try to refresh it. Y'all don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. I
okay,
apologize.
sure.
Let's see if it reloads.
How interesting. A concrete pour. What an example.
But I can't tell. I think it's Katie. Katie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna put this back down here for Chris again. Yeah, I had to reload because it wasn't going anywhere. I was having
Yeah, at a hospital.
to
No
do that.
way.
That's why I couldn't catch none of the questions. Oh, I was so behind y'all. I apologize. Okay. Was Chris in Memphis the entire weekend? Okay, here we go, guys. Was he in Memphis the entire weekend or did he leave? I think he already answered that one. He said he was there the entire weekend. And then they want to know, did he take a polygraph test and pass? And oh, okay. So you can answer this one, Katie. Why did Sebastian wear pull-ups at your house?
So Sebastian wore pull-ups because, or when he was having his regression, when he was having issues with wetting the bed or wetting his pants, he had issues where he
Katie.
would wet himself at school, and then occasionally would wet himself at night.
Okay, Sebastian wore pull-ups when he was having regression. He wore them at school and at night. Hold on, let me see what she said there. With wetting the bed or wetting his pants, he had issues where he would
Wet himself at school, and then occasionally would wet himself at night.
occasionally at night. Occasionally at night. Okay.
Now I know that Seth went and said that never happened at his house, but I do know that it did. Of at least a few occasions that I know of. But that's not the point. The point is that he did go in and out of pull-ups based on when he needed them. So if he
Katie, he did go in and out of pull-ups based up on when he needed them.
was during a regression phase, he would go into the pull-ups, and then
When he was doing a regression phase. Going through a regression phase.
once he got back on track and he was not having wedding issues at school and or home, he would go back into regular underwear, and that unfortunately is just something that has been happening for ever.
Right.
Sebastian was late to potty train and has had issues going back and forth with it basically his whole life.
Right.
Was late to potty train.
Okay. So why is there a problem? I feel I mean I feel it shouldn't be a problem, but somebody's asking about the GoFundMe. Why are you so mad about that, Chris?
So initially, I forgot what day it was. Myself, Katie, and Seth were in my house, and I had brought up the question. I said, "Hey, should we start a GoFundMe page to start
Hold on.
trying to
Listen
raise
to
money
that.
to myself, Katie, and Seth were in my house."
Chris and Katie and Seth initially, I forgot what day it was, Myself, Katie, and Seth were at my house. My house. My house. Just like he said Sebastian was going to get kicked out, or he thought Sebastian thought Chris was going to get kicked out of his house. So let me write that down. Seth, we're at my house. Okay.
And I had brought up the question. I said, hey, should we start a GoFundMe page to start?
And I started a conversation. Hey, you should start a GoFundMe page.
Trying to raise money to add help to this however we can.
Trying to get help for this any way we can.
And the police said, hey, no, I don't recommend doing that, because then if you do that, it looks like you're trying to do this for profit.
Police said, I don't recommend you doing this because it looks like you're doing this for profit.
I was like, okay, that makes sense. So we all three had an agreement.
He said, okay, that makes sense. So we all three had an agreement.
We weren't doing this.
We weren't
And
doing this.
next thing you know, now there's the GoFundMe page up there.
So, okay, and but okay. So why don't y'all just start your own GoFundMe page? I mean, it's like there's no sense in arguing over it, really. I mean,
So all of this has kind of stemmed because you got a family member who wants to go out there and blast some family matters to the public. That's where it all stems from. Like I said,
Thank
this
you,
is not
Serenity. I don't think he said
family
exactly
problems.
what
This isn't
day.
about family matters being public. It's about Sebastian.
Thank you.
right.
And we've got some family members that aren't necessarily kosher about everything right now, and they're upset.
Didn't Chris say Seth pushed the GoFundMe and they didn't want it? Here, Chris initiated the idea. I believe so. I'm pretty sure. Good point.
Their emotions are, I got it. Everybody's been at one point hot-headed, and if somebody tells me they're not, that's a lie. Everybody's been a hothead at some point.
Yeah. Well,
We got a missing kid, and that's a problem.
well, in my opinion, I mean, you have to put everything aside. I mean, your feelings, her feelings. And
Yeah.
I know it's not easy. You've got, you
Well,
honestly have
he has
to do
mommy too.
this. You're going to have to endure a lot. It's
Yes, ma'am.
it's not going to be pretty, and it's probably going to be worse. I just sat here with another case, 2.5 years, going on 3 years in June, and the things I've seen out of that has not been pretty, and no results have been unfortunately found. And but I'm hoping that it will be different with Sebastian. I know that the people there care.
Right,
There's no
Carmelia?
doubt in my mind. And one reason that there's no doubt is, again, that's where I was born and raised, and I have family there, and I know. And there's good people there. There are good people there. And, I see the difference.
Okay.
I
I will
really
too. Thank
do.
you.
And, sometimes this internet is harsh. But one thing that I see different with the police there is they do come out and they say, we do want your help. We do want, and they're asking and they're begging and they're doing everything they can to find Sebastian. And they're trying to put him first. It's not hard when you have others that have come up missing during this search for Sebastian. Because everybody deserves a fair shot, Raleigh. Everybody deserves a fair shot to get found. And I know that's breaking everybody's heart, your hearts, everybody's hearts, that this had to be scaled back a little bit. But you can't give up. We can't give up. And sometimes you're going to go to bed crying. You're going to go to bed, no matter what people think of you, it does not matter. You're going to hear things. You're going to see things. But again, the most important thing is Sebastian, because no matter what, no matter if he's out there, well, good, fine,
Red.
or not, he deserves to be found like anybody else. He is somebody, and he's your somebody, and he's Seth somebody. And like
Right. If
Seth
you don't bring
said,
that.
damn it, bring him back.
That's funny.
Katie, I know you've been asked this 100 times, more
You're
probably.
funny.
Today, after rethinking everything, to this day,
You are cute,
if he could hear
protected.
you
You are
right now,
cuties.
what would you say to him? And if somebody had him, what would you say to them?
I would
It's
say
our pet chicken.
to Sebastian that we love you, baby. Bubba, we're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And I would say to somebody that has my son that they better let him go and they better come out, because we're going to come and we're going to find him.
So here, Katie is saying, she's making it sound like someone has him. Now, she's like, I don't know why he walked out that door. Did he just, walk out?
We're not going to stop, and we're going to bring an army with us. An army of support of people that are helping to look. And son, I love you.
While they're camping in Mississippi.
Katie, if you could take anything back about that day, about Sunday, and redo anything about Sunday, what would it be?
I'd have slept outside that boy's door. I say it like that, and I promise I'm not laughing. I just
You are laughing. Was it protecting him from someone?
I would have.
She just muted it. She muted it there for a minute.
I don't know. I would have made sure to check him 100 times.
Mm-hmm.
They get older and you think that they're okay and that they're good, and you don't check as much throughout the night, like when you get up. When he was little, if I woke up, I'd check on him. I was always looking at him. And as he got older and he didn't need that as much anymore, and I took that for granted.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we take for granted, and we don't realize things can change in the blink of an eye, but they can.
I'd give anything to be able to hug my baby again.
We don't realize how
She didn't even check once. Yes. And I am a muting expert. Exactly. I know when a mother chicken's muted.
we just can't turn back time. That's one thing we cannot
If I
undo.
could turn back time.
Let me look on here. Okay, so they want to know on the super chats, they want to know, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you.
Justin, did you know that Sebastian isn't registered as a missing on NCM? Really? But if you, for 0 missing results, parents have to call and. Do they have to call? I did not know that. Huh. I know he's on what's the website? I can't think right now. No, she didn't check the Thud.
Prius, why not focus?
I can't imagine anyone, whether they have a child or not, you hear a thud, you're going to check. You just are. Name us. Thank you. Thank you. Couldn't think of it.
On searching for Sebastian.
Well, I do focus on looking for Sebastian. But at the same time, when I said I'd answer questions and people want to put questions up there, and then you want to put your comments and your 2 cents in with a question, you're going to get an answer.
Somebody asked me to remember these, and I always forget them because I'm not used to them. Well, I'll just go down these real fast. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want? They said you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want to get away from the house because of that? Did he want to get away? Oh, okay, so they want to know, did he want to get away from the house because of the discipline?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So Sebastian is not afraid. He runs up to me, gives me a big old hug, says, I love you, says, I miss you. When I'm out of town, his mom, he'll look at his mom and say, hey, when's Mr. Chris coming home? Can we call him? Things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, discipline is discipline. There's a difference in discipline a child and beyond discipline a child.
Right.
I can tell you from personal experience, I know the difference between both. And I vowed I would never in my life do that to a child.
They want to know, okay, so he's already answered that one. He's looked for, they've put out flyers, and he's told a while ago that the signs that you see in the yard, he said that that come from his family.
Yes.
Yeah. And
if people are interested in purchasing them or trying to get some ordered and sent to them, find me on Facebook, send me your just hit me up,
Yes.
and I will send you the point of contact, and you guys can reach out to him and work it out.
Doesn't mommy
in fact, actually,
make those?
Yeah, I would like to get that information, and I will get with you to get that about the signs or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going down.
Did I miss something, Mama Bear?
Okay,
What did he
y'all,
say?
be nice.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions and their feelings. Don't get me wrong.
Now I'm flipping down it, and I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay. Okay. Okay, y'all. But, I have to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while. I
Oh,
believe
okay.
I can hear. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be a bio. Say step. Oh, that's when we first come on here and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed and did he sleepwalk?
I
Yeah,
don't
did he
think they have
sleepwalk?
anything. Yeah, I don't. I as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night, sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing. But
And
sleepwalking,
to
no.
clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Sneaks
Yeah.
candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his
Hold
bed.
on.
We starve him because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Sneaks
Yeah.
candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, same stuff basic kids do. It's just one. I'm not going to have bugs throughout the
He's such a
house. We
freaking
told
jerk.
you.
He's such a jerk. Such a jerk. I'm telling you, such a jerk. Sneak. What did he say? I'm not going to have him. Chris. I'm not going to have trash underneath the bed and have bugs. Listen, if you are hungry, you need to eat. It's that simple.
You eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And throw
When
your
you're done
wrappers.
with it, you same stuff basic kids do. It's just one. I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told them you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And throw
When
your
you're done
wrappers
with
in
it,
the
you put it in the trash. That's the only thing we've asked them.
Okay, so they're back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And
What happened to
that's
her
what they're
head?
saying. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
Well, it sounds
If they could clarify a little bit more.
it sounds like he wasn't even allowed to eat in the kitchen during the middle of the night. Let me tell you something. That's when I eat, to be honest with you. That's when I eat is the middle of the night. It's not good for you, but I do. And I think his meds made him hungry. Yeah, meds. Yep. Made him hungry.
More, I don't know.
They're saying you almost killed her. I don't know.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't know anything about Rachel.
Okay.
It's posted on the board.
Yeah, I can't see the comments for some reason. It's not
Okay,
showing me the
it says
comments,
you
but
about killed Rachel. There was blood everywhere.
And honestly, if you would, I mean, never mind.
Where, sir, you thought she was dead. I don't
blood
know.
everywhere. Thought I no. Okay. That's news to me, but no.
It could be they're paying. They paid to ask that question. We're just now getting to, and they've asked it 2 or 3 times. That's why. I can't. I don't know. It could be a troll. I don't know. Listen. I have no idea. I don't mean to make y'all feel.
No. I'm not. I'm sitting there. I'm like, interested. Like her head, blood everywhere.
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I mean that's a
One
new
of
one
his
on me. So
ex-wives.
I mean, I don't really know what's going on there. Again,
my, my mother actually still talks to Rachel. I mean that right there
I mean, he's a
ought to tell you the kind of
growing boy, and he was skinny to begin with. He's very skinny. Sebastian was very, very skinny.
relationship that my family had with her. We still talk to her.
yeah.
She's got her 2 kids.
I've
So
been live
where that all that
5.5
stuff's coming
hours.
from is very interesting. But no.
Well, there y'all have it, folks. Sometimes families do still talk to exes and their moms and dads and all that does. So I don't know. Did LE check vehicles and your trailer that you took to Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Yes,
that they're saying yes. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you for coming, a YouTube member. Beautiful sunflower. Yeah. The medicine
But
that
these guys are
Sebastian,
long
is
hauls.
that life-threatening if he don't take that medicine?
No.
Okay. It's not life-threatening, but it's not good that he don't have it, you know.
Mods. Mods. Ann to the office, please. Ann to the office. Ann gets a late slip. Ann gets a late slip. I'm going to be doing a little piece, a little video giving out late slips. Better be ready, Ann. Just saying. No lady. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
No. Yeah. And like anything else, it's not good because if you take medicine for so long and you just come off of medicine just quick, fast, and in a hurry, it can cause seizures, you know?
yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be weaned off if and when he came off of it. It was not supposed to be a sudden stop.
Yeah. Yeah. So what is your theory, each one of you separately, on what happened to Sebastian? What, I mean, just like, I know you've probably had 2 or 3, but like, what do you think now? We're 3 weeks later. What is your thoughts now? Like, what do you think?
I wish I had a freaking clue on where my son was, to be honest with you. None of it makes sense.
But not so much where he was, but like, if you just play it back in your head, like, if you think, what in the world happened? I mean, what could have happened? Is there things like maybe that you've thought over and over as a mother, what could have happened? Something ring a bell from a week ago, a month ago, something that's clicked to you. I mean, anything.
I mean, all I can say is everything that I've come up with, I've asked law enforcement to look into, and so far nothing has led to anything substantial in finding him. I mean, we've gone over wild probabilities, you know,
Hey,
all
we got a
sorts of
life bird
stuff,
inbound.
and
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
we
10-4.
I haven't been able to figure out anything that explains where my son is.
Yeah. And they want to know, do you know this Katie Fisher or Carrie Fisher personally, the one that redirected the search? Was
No,
it convicted? You know who I'm talking about? She was a convicted felon.
Yes,
I
I
heard
know.
about that, but no, I've never met her before.
How
I
do you
don't
feel
know
about
her at all.
how do you feel about that?
We talked to the law enforcement about it to ask because we didn't know anything about it until we started getting told that there was, you know, an issue. And
Hold on, I just made one. You're late. Late slip to the office, please. Late to the office. Thank you. Thank you.
so, and somebody fell and was potentially interrupting the searches and whatnot. And we went to them and was like, what the heck? Like, what is this?
This
what
interview
are y'all doing
was
with it? You know, is this true? And I don't know all of the results on if law enforcement like directly addressed her or anything like that. I just
March
know
20th. March 20th.
that she led a search, I believe, down in Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, at least it was a search that happened.
So you don't think she hurt anything, or like as far as the searches or anything, do you? Do you think it was just something that blew up on the internet? I mean, I know they got her out. She's not allowed to search anymore, but I mean, do you think it was something that just blew out of portion.
I mean, it's nothing more than an opinion, but I think probably because
Yeah.
law enforcement said that there was no like hindrance that they know of that happened from that, but it's beyond the whole internet blow up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was just a question that was on here too. And okay, so they want to know, somebody always L8 wants to know why Sebastian was wearing pull-ups at your home. I think we covered that, and not oh no, they want to know if he was afraid of Chris. Is that why he was wearing the pull-ups?
I can do hall passes for a tinkle. You are approved. Approved. Go ahead, Jude. You have certainly earned it today.
No, he wasn't wearing pull-ups because he was afraid of Chris. Sebastian had a recent autism diagnosis, but Sebastian has a chromosome deletion that he was diagnosed with when he was a baby.
Yeah.
Takes a
So
long time to do the popcorns.
that's what they were saying. Always
Years on it?
L8. Okay, so that's about Carrie. A couple people asked me that one. Okay.
No.
What are some of the signs or symptoms for Sebastian if he misses his medicine?
He's got combined type ADHD, so he does get, hyper. Um, his behaviors become a little more like he'll flip flop between his moods more, like being overly.
What do you mean, Mama Bear? What happened? What happened? What do you mean tonight's BS? I'm scared. Crickets, 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 crickets. What happened?
Excited, or he has periods where he's really calm, where he just hyper focuses on whatever it is that he's playing or fidgeting with.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
He can become a little more temperamental, like eat more.
Congratulations for doing 10,000 steps. That is amazing. I need to get my Fitbit on and start doing it again too. What is it, Mama Bear? Oh, you mean the things we discovered today? The things we discovered that nobody else did? Oh, thank you. That's really good. That's really good. You need to push for 10,000. Go ahead, do it. Me too. I know. The Fitbits, they get you kind of started because you're like, you kind of challenge yourself. Yes. I think she meant like the Chris's BS that we found today. I think that's what she meant.
Easily aggravated. Not that he becomes violent, but he just gets aggravated easier.
Right.
He does get an increased
That is
appetite when
true.
he's off of
Yes.
his meds. An unfortunate side effect of those is that they do suppress the appetite a little bit.
Tony calling out JL, and then he got bulletproof and was go sit. JLR or J for Justice? Who's bulletproof? Hold on, it's probably right here. Let me see if I can find it. I got blocked, dang it. It was ridiculous. Hold on. Okay, here it is. I'm going to show you.
Somebody, hopefully I don't offend you, but I want to
Well, you can't hear it.
address somebody that everybody knows is a real shitbag. And his
You
name
can't
is
hear it.
JLR. And I want to send a message to him that he is an absolutely despicable human being. He has made accusations on Twitter that my client. And his name is JLR. And I want to send a message to him that he is an absolutely despicable human being. He has made accusations on Twitter that my client has had inappropriate advances, unwelcome advances on people. It's all over there, all over the internet. And I think it's despicable enough that these people are making money and not donating that money to the families, whichever family you choose to donate to. But I think when you start talking about other people's backgrounds with that kind of a background, and you start accusing a grieving father of stuff like that with no, as we say on TikTok, no receipts, I think you're despicable. And I think that there's probably a good reason that you were in the hospital with a colon blockage, because you're full of shit. That's why. So now that's out there for the world to hear. And, you know, I think that karma is going to get people like you and these other creators that are out here running their mouths about a grieving father. One thing I can say to all you guys, and I'm glad everybody's recording and I'm glad everybody is listening. One thing I can say is, if you are attacking a father that everybody knows had nothing to do with this, then you're despicable. And I can tell you guys that you can come at me all day, every day, and you guys do, and it doesn't bother me a lick. Matter of fact, when you're living your miserable lives, I've got one of the best lives money can buy, so you don't bother me a lick. But you all keep coming at my client with this bullshit, and I've got a stack of papers on all of you guys. If you want to play games, if you want to attack a grieving father, then cowboy up. I'm ready. Let's do it. Bag, and his name is JLR. And I want to send a message to him that he is an absolutely despicable human being. He has made accusations on Twitter that my client has
get rid of him.
Had inappropriate advances, unwelcome advances on people. It's all over there, all over the internet.
But I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to name names, but I think someone is in Tony's ear amping it up. I think it's someone in Tony's ear amping it up. Yep, Lucy. Yep.
And I think it's despicable enough that these people are making money and not donating that money to the families, whichever family you choose to donate to. But I think when you start talking about other people's backgrounds with that kind of a background, and you start accusing a grieving father of stuff like that with no, as we say on TikTok, no receipts, I think you're despicable. And I think that there's probably a good reason that you were in the hospital with a colon blockage, because you're full of shit. That's why. So now that's out there for the world to hear. And, you know, I think that karma is going to get people like you and these other creators that are out here running their mouths about a grieving father. One thing I can say to all you guys, and I'm glad everybody's recording and I'm glad everybody is listening. One thing I can say is, if you are attacking a father that everybody knows had nothing to do with this, then you're despicable. And I can tell you guys that you can come at me all day, every day, and you guys do, and it doesn't bother me a lick. Matter of fact, when you're living your miserable lives, I've got one of the best lives money can buy, so you don't bother me a lick.
Was it a check?
But you all keep coming at my client with this bullshit, and I've got a stack of papers on all of you guys. If you want to play games, if you want to attack a grieving father, then cowboy up. I'm ready. Let's do it.
What is JLR is not attacking Seth that I'm aware of. Everyone, yes, Seth is 1,000% innocent. Nobody is saying that. Well, but listen, Teddy, listen. The same person that said I was attacking Seth, me. The same person said I was attacking, I'm not saying Tony said that, but a person close to Tony said that I was attacking Seth, and that's why she no longer talks to me. Get real. And that's what it is, Lisa. That's what it is. Yeah, I see you. She did that to me. She did that to Trevor, and I see you. She certainly did. And now Tony is all over JLR. Interesting. Never seen so much drama. There is plenty of people out there that attack Seth, and JLR is not one of them. JLR is not one of them that attacks Seth. Seth, brother, I love you. I really do. And I'll support you. You know, I haven't agreed with everything that you've done, but nobody agrees with everything that everyone does. But damn, please get rid of Tony. He is causing the drama. That isn't good PR. I'm sorry, but that is not good PR right there. Does that sound like someone that's in PR?
Shitbag, and his name
Shitbag?
is JLR.
A shitbag?
And
he just got out of the hospital? JLR posted this, by the way. Sorry, I was just leaving a message.
I want to send a message to him that he is an absolutely despicable human being. He has made accusations on Twitter that my client has had inappropriate advances, unwelcome advances on people. It's all over there, all over the internet. And I think it's despicable enough that these people are making money and not donating that money to the families, whichever family you choose to donate to. But I think when you start talking about other people's backgrounds with that kind of a background, and you start accusing a grieving father of stuff like that with no, as we say on TikTok, no receipts, I think you're despicable. And I think that there's probably a good reason that you were in the hospital with a colon blockage, because you're full of shit. That's why. So now that's out there for the world to hear. And, I think that karma is going to get people like you and these other creators that are out here running their mouths about a grieving father. One thing I can say to all you guys, and I'm glad everybody's recording and I'm glad everybody is listening. One thing I can say is, if you are attacking a father that everybody knows had nothing to do with this, then you're
Okay, so this is what Tony is referring to. I'm told Seth Rogers has a major problem with women. Abusive, controlling, harassing, obsessive behavior, unwanted advances. Many women that have worked closely with him during the Sebastian Rogers case have came forward about him. Now, I don't agree with that, but I'm just saying I don't agree with that, but I'm not sure that's the right PR move, Tony. I mean, that's what it's looking like, isn't it? I mean, if it I don't know. I don't know anything about Seth ever being like that, but again, I just don't think Tony is I don't think Tony should be acting like that. I mean, this is your PR guy, Seth? Seth, he is running all the good people away. He really is, Seth. Jailer hasn't accused anyone while Baloney Tony has published untruths and old bad leads, especially encouraging people while call them bogus tip line. I agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, Tony has believed the biggest baloney. The biggest baloney. Like, just random people. It's embarrassing for this case. I mean, in my opinion, Tony has put out way more outlandish false stuff and believed false stuff than any other YouTuber or TikToker. That's disappointing. That is so disappointing. 25,000 isn't enough, I guess. Oh, by the way, what's the woman's name that wanted the car fixed? What's the woman's name that wanted the car fixed? I haven't heard any other YouTuber talk about this, and I gotta say something that I'm aware of. What's her name? Nina. Okay, it was Nina. That's right. So last night, Tony said that she was not coming to Tennessee now because of all of the crap going on, right? Because of all the crap going on. But she was coming up until recently. Did she get her car fixed? That's what I was asking, Ramona. That's exactly what I was going to ask. Oh my God. Right, Michelle? I was wondering if she got her car fixed. And now she's not showing up. No other YouTubers talking about this yet that I'm aware of. Find Summer, that's it, and I really care for Seth, and I know he is hurting. This is his son. Everyone knows he has nothing to do with this. Everyone, pretty much agrees on that. Chris and Katie even says he has nothing to do with it. But I don't understand Seth's rationale in keeping this guy around. Got the money to pay her legal fees, in my opinion, Marlena says. What kind of legal fees? Right, Addie? This just does not help, Seth. It doesn't help, brother. Do a poll on Tony. I mean, it would be 98% go. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, in my opinion, they were a very good team. I know, and it's just so sad. I mean, he's causing this, you know what I mean? Like, we report things, and again, I don't know anything about Seth with women or anything, and I get it. Uh, oh, Linda, I disagree. I disagree. Yeah, D. Marie, I know. And fixing the car was about the same cost as her legal fees as well. I mean, ooh. It really has, Mama Bear. My face is even more redder than my blush right now. What about the reward fund and the lawyer who wants a check mailed to him but can't get a hold of him? Who's that, Lisa? What about the reward fund and the lawyer who wants the check mailed to him but can't get a hold of him? Tony, is that who you mean? Tony says to direct your funds to the families. This is telling. Well, like I said earlier, JLR works his ass off. I work my ass off. But I don't go all the place. I mean, JLR and I, we have two different lifestyles, right? I've got kids and a family and all that. So, if I was the same as JLR, I would be just like JLR. I would be out. I've worked with JLR in the field before, but we all, most of us work our asses off. In my opinion, Seth has battered wife syndrome from Chris. I've wondered that. It's very, I don't know if I would call it battered wife syndrome, but I understand what you're saying. You know what I mean? They are going to make a fool of themselves. Yeah. I mean, it's just, hardworking, being a YouTuber. That's why I'm not one. It's a lot. It's a lot of research and a lot of time. Thank you, Erica. Thank you so much, my dear. Very good. That's crazy. Let's see if there's anything else on this group right now. I bet you it's going freaking wild. TikTok Tony Big Mad Tonight, JLR said. What does the new Meta AI information come from? Look at this. This is the Meta AI. Where did Sebastian Rogers accuse Christopher Proudfoot? What did Sebastian Rogers accuse Christopher Proudfoot before he went missing? Hold on. This is nuts. Listen to this. Before his disappearance, Sebastian Rogers has accused his stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot, of physical and emotional abuse. Sebastian had reportedly told his father, Seth Rogers, the only family member, that Christopher Proudfoot had been hitting him, choking him, and verbally abusing him. Sebastian's mother, Katie Proudfoot, had also acknowledged that Christopher Proudfoot had a history of DV and had previously been arrested for assaulting her. That's not true. Sebastian's mother, Katie Proudfoot, also had acknowledged that Christopher Proudfoot DV and previously had been arrested for assaulting her. However, she had also stated that Christopher Proudfoot had been working to address his anger issues and had been seeking counseling. It's important to note that the investigation in Sebastian's disappearance is ongoing, and authorities are still working to determine if there is any connections between the alleged abuse and the disappearance. That's crazy. The only one to trust, is, in my opinion, is Chat GPD, something like that. He played a clip from T-Rev about Seth talking about the reward fund and the lawyer wanting people to mail him the check, but Seth couldn't get a hold of him. That's crazy. Check your text messages. Okay. All right. To add to the reward fund, Sebastian Rogers checks must be mailed or dropped off to reward for Sebastian James Brian Lewis. But I think it's in a trust, right? That should, I mean, I've never seen a PR manager act like that in my entire life. I have never seen that. If Seth has a lawyer, best know Chris has a better one. Not if the checks are made out to the attorney. They should be made out to the trust. Yeah, you would think. You would think. The trust has not been technically set up. Well, if it's not set up, then I don't think anybody should be mailing checks. Oh, absolutely, Deborah. Yeah. I am so glad that myself, JLR, and Olivia got away from that stuff. So glad. Like, so glad. Tony messed with the wrong YouTuber. Creator JLR will make mush out of Tony. Tony is like pulling some random persons. Yeah, that's crazy, y'all. Oh my God. That's crazy. That chat, that meta AI needs to like chill out. Cause that's, I mean, that's, you guys know how I feel about what, in my opinion, what happened. But I don't think that AI should be saying that about Seth, or not Seth, but Chris and Katie. You got to be fair about it. Dina Lynn, thank you so much for sharing my live on Facebook. I appreciate that. I really appreciate it when you guys share my stuff out in social media land. It's very, very cool. All right, guys, I'm going to bed. I've been live 6 hours. I think. Oh. Sorry. I didn't mean I was going to bed that quick. Oh, you got the rest of the text messages? Hold on. One second. Okay. I got you, Cassie. Hold, please. What do you want? What you want? What you want? Thank you, Pink Warrior. Guys, we're going to have another big day tomorrow. We got another big day tomorrow. Good night, Justin, and everyone else except Chris and Katie. All right. We've made some really big discoveries. I'm going to make some shorts after. There's a news release with Seth in it. Can someone text me that? We'll play it real quick. Let me look for it. Someone can send it to me. Oh, hold on. I think I got it. I got it, I think.
Are you ready to begin? Trevecca Nazarene University, from calling to becoming.
For 3 months, flyers and posters have been plastered around Sumner County to find 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Welcome to News 2 at 5. I'm Haley Wilkes. Bob Mueller has the day off. He was reported missing from his family's home on February 26th. And since then, there have been search parties, prayer vigils, and an open investigation. Sebastian's biological father is talking with News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry about how he's approaching every day with positivity. Caitlin.
Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, says every day is a day Sebastian could turn up. He tells me he has kept Sebastian enrolled at Beach High School since February and will be re-enrolling him again in the fall as he hopes to have his son back
that's
by
fine,
then.
Ramona.
Take
No
a look
worries.
at this video Seth shared with us. In this video, you can see a young Sebastian Rogers playing at a park, something Seth says they would do often on a day like today. As families all over the country spend time together at the park or on the lake this Memorial Day, Seth is continuing to search for his son
Praying,
and mapping
Marlena.
out possible search routes. He says this week he will search the area for his son with a close group of people. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office has continued to investigate, saying last Monday that, quote, "We have been working closely with various law enforcement partners, including the FBI, since the start of this case." Seth tells me as the search continues for now 91 days, he will not allow this to become a cold case.
When people stop looking, when people lose faith, it becomes a cold case. And I'm not going to lose faith. I think everybody is helping keep the faith, keep the prayer strong. God's protecting him right now, and he'll bring him home. We just have to look in the right places.
As investigations and searches continue, community members have made sure to keep Sebastian's name in the public eye through prayer vigils and a motorcycle ride in his honor. Seth says if you want to help, you can do so by handing out flyers and keeping Sebastian's name visible. If you have any information regarding Sebastian's whereabouts,
Yep, Linda.
you can call the TBI or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Those numbers are listed on our website at WKRN.com. Haley.
In terms of,
Yeah, my neighbor and best friend, she works for CPS, and you know, I do emergency foster care, and I know how it works. They will kick the person being accused out of the house while they're doing the investigation if they think there's some legitimacy to it. So it's true. It's true. Guys, thank you so much for a great show. We learned a lot today. We learned a lot. I'm going to make some YouTube shorts and call it a night. We have a big day tomorrow. You'll see me live tomorrow, probably a little earlier than you did today. Tomorrow I'll be live probably around 2 or 3 o'clock. So make sure we got 1,000 likes. That's amazing. Y'all rock. You guys rock. You're a rock star. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate your time. I know you have choices here on YouTube all at one time, and I really appreciate you being right here with me. Can't thank you enough. Thank you to the mods. You guys worked really hard today. Thank you. It doesn't go unnoticed. We have the best mods in the business. Thank you to the members and donors who make it possible for me to be here. Truly, thank you so much. Thank you all, chat, truly, for being here, spending your time with me. I really do appreciate it. You could have chosen to be anywhere in the world, and you chose to be with me, and I'm absolutely thankful for each of you. Good night. Get some rest. Hug your loved ones. God bless each and every single one of you. Good night.